Hello, welcome to our Timberborn stream. We're gonna say goodbye to our friends, the Emberpelts, in today's stream, and, well, I'm still excited. I love this build, focusing more on the beautification of what the settlement could be. And I think there's a lot of stuff that I have picked up as part of this, so yeah. I'm excited to see where this is gonna go. Let me quickly check that everything is in order. Yeah, seems to be all right. Hope the music is not too loud either. Anyways, it is time for us to get going. And for starting by unpausing. We're still in a, well, no, the drought is about to arrive. And there's a couple of things that we really want to take care of in today's video. One, we want to put down all the bigger monuments. Now, especially the largest one will cost us a ton. And based on the material that we have right now, we're not quite ready yet. I'm mostly worried about the bricks. We have 90, and that is, I think, only because we are storing some in here. Seems like we're storing bricks somewhere. Oh, there. There we go. Not the roof. Underneath. Right, we do have a little bit of brick storage, but obviously definitely not enough. So, yeah. In order to get this properly going, we should put down a few more kilns that actually focus on brick making, and we should place down a storage solution for all those bricks. Might start out with the storage solution, and maybe we'll actually just place them a little bit out of the way. I can't see us using bricks that often, so being outside here, outside of our village center, seems to be making a ton more sense. Alright, let's have our builders remove all of these things, and then we're gonna add a underground pile. Yeah, that does cost us bricks, but you know, it'll be overall okay. Why can't I place you here? Interesting. Huh. Not entirely sure what's blocking it, but happy to move it one step back. Not a big problem. And then we just connect, not with the regular paths. We're definitely going to use the paths with the railings. Where is it? Path with railings, because we are in the industrial zone and, you know, safety first. Alright. I'm going to make sure that our beavers, while they're running around back here, are at least kind of safe. So placing down a lantern. Let's actually put double lantern in the middle. And then on either side, one of the shrubs. All right. Good. Now our builders can just finish this. Actually, let me just go ahead and set this on the highest priority. Drought has started, as per usual in this playthrough. I actually just realized these are the wrong piles. Drought has started, but there's nothing for us to worry about. We are overall doing really well in terms of water supply, because all of this, drinking water. And that will definitely get us through the only 9 days, which, you know, easy peasy. All right, no more storage for bricks. Well, that's exactly what we're building. So let's go in here and do the underground warehouse. And you should be able to store the bricks. There we are. All right, storage for 3,600. So actually one of them will do the trick for us. So that will completely sort us out. Now let's have a look at what else we're storing. We have a good amount of metal block storage up here. And I do remember we had left this open for another smelter. But more importantly, we do need some scrap metal. So let me unlock the science to turn this into a bot facility. So our beavers don't actually get injured. 3 of them in there right now. We actually have 1 more to go, so let's put the 4th in, and then this should kind of catch up in terms of metal production. All right, what else do we need? We need more storage, at least very likely, for planks. We have 1 of these underground storage for gears. That will completely keep us sorted, and only 1 for actual planks. Right next to the plank one is the underground pile for logs. We definitely need that as well. But having said all of that, we're going to add another one for the planks, because that will ultimately help us keep everyone kind of in line. 1,200, not too bad. Set it to planks. And with that, they should be able to make all of that. Okay, next thing that we need to tackle is our lumber mills. We do have 2 of them running right now, but we also have both the large gear workshops paused, which makes me think we should probably have another one of these somewhere around here. Actually makes me think, how about, hold on, let me destroy you and place that large warehouse down here after all. Right, place you here, set you to planks, and then up there, even though it is technically meant for storage in this corner, we can easily turn this into a lumber mill, as long as we get the electricity in. But for those of you who have watched my playthrough, electricity is right where the water is, underneath the road. That is where it belongs. All right, meaning 2 tunnels in here should do the trick, and then this area will be fully connected with power as well. And then we can just put our lumber mill, or advanced lumber mill, or large lumber mill back in here. And that should then hopefully allow us to unpause the large gear workshop. Yeah, there we go, already done. Can actually, should have just put a dynamite in here rather than an explosive, than a tunnel. But that is okay. Regular power shaft in here, and then the vertical one. Nope. The vertical power shaft in here. It's been a while since I've probably dug into the Emberpelts. I've been having some fun with the current version 1.0 of the game, and I'm very excited to see when it comes out what it will allow us to actually do. We are here today with coffee, cookies, and colony sims, so I should actually turn that into a proper series of live streams at some point. But yeah, I do like the weekends, having just some nice jazzy lo-fi music and then just building a little bit around here. But again, doesn't all of this look great? All right. How are things coming along here? That is in, so now we can place down our large lumber mill. Do let me know, by the way, if the music is too loud. Let me actually quickly put that in the chat as well, because if you can't hear me because the music is too loud, you won't hear me asking for it. All right. Wooden path with the railings, connecting this up. And once this is in, we have another set of beavers working on planks, which should allow me then to unpause the large gear workshops, both of them, and still keep us afloat with our plank production. All right. So, like I said in the beginning, we want to make sure that we place all of the monuments, and we kind of need to find good spots for the monuments. And finding good spots will probably be the hardest part. So we do have the laborer monument, which is the cheapest and the smallest one. I'm actually quickly, yeah, let's unlock this, place you down. They won't be able to get there. So that's a 2x2 monument. It does look quite nice. We do have the beaver facing in one direction, one specific direction. So we kind of want to make use of that. We could place it technically here, facing towards the fireplace, which could be quite nice. Alternatively, we could also move it in this little spot right here. And this is actually pretty predestined for this monument. Overlooking where our beavers are getting better in their medical beds, so let's place it here. Well, I'm gonna remove that, because we want to make sure that everything is clean. Then we're gonna have a little look around here. What else we can do to make this potentially a little bit prettier, or, well, in general, just nicer. So with a monument like this, I would kind of expect there to be some light that lights it up at night. Now, we don't have any directional light in this game, unfortunately, but, you know, close enough. We can actually just put a brazier in front of it, and that should do the trick. Right, we also have this little gap back here that we could properly utilize. Let's actually have a look in first person. Everything looks a little bit different there. I do love this mod though. Okay, what would I expect here? It is a little bit dark, so maybe just another light. So our beavers are not completely in the dark when nightfall hits. Because we do have the two entryways here, so I think that makes sense. So let's go ahead, place the lantern there, and then they can just keep building that. We do have 5 more unemployed bots, which means what we could do is actually start turning some of our builder huts into bot-powered work spaces. Alternatively, let's actually replace these with bots to start out with. And then I don't know if we're still using charcoal. We seem to be using charcoal. But that also tells me we need a few more kilns to actually make all of this work. Now we do have a little bit of a space back here that is currently underutilized, which could be a nice spot for the kilns. Well, there will be some smoke coming out of that, but, you know, I'm not too worried. All right. So let's go into industry, put down 2 more kilns. Yep, let's just have it face this way. You face the other way. And then connect this up again with a path with a railing. Okay. Now, we do want to also make sure there's enough decoration here, because, again, this is just our playthrough with the Emberpelts. So let's place... I can't actually add more of the space in front. So let's go ahead and utilize the overhangs. This would need... Actually, an overhang of 3 is perfectly fine, because then we can still go ahead, place down a bench in the middle, few hedges on either side, then a lantern over here, over here, and as well as a shrub right there. Do we need the hedge in the corner? Nah, I think it's fine. It's fine. All right. How is everyone actually doing? I don't even know if there is anyone properly watching. But anyways, if you are, leave a comment in the chat. But, you know, no pressure whatsoever. We're just here to chill. All right, the first monument is in. They're still putting in the brazier right in front of it, and it is done now, which means I'm gonna go into first person mode again. Very imposing. Kind of wish the brazier would be a bit more symmetric. But I think overall, not too bad. Not too bad. All right. What else do we immediately need to tackle? So we've now sped up our industry production for the rest of the monuments. The next one that we can build, and we do have enough of the material already to build the Flame of Unity. And I do think the Flame of Unity is predestined to become the center of another one of our colonies, of our neighborhoods, not colonies. Which means we're finally gonna take down that last remaining farmhouse over here and beautify it a little bit at first. And then, well, take it from there. All right, so let's go ahead. We do have some radishes. I don't think we need more radishes. We have some, no, those are beets. We have a few radishes here, not that many. How are things looking over here? I think there are a few more radishes in the corner there. None of them up here. All right. So if we want to clean up some of these, we will actually keep some of the radishes alive, but we're gonna set our farmhouse a little bit further back. So if we're gonna make space over here and then enough space for a farmhouse, will that actually make sense? I think it will. We're gonna utilize this road right here to run in and through our new neighborhood. So that will actually mean I'm going to set this even further back. We're gonna place the farmhouse here. We should get enough space to build a proper neighborhood in this corner. Now let me go ahead and remove all of the planting area right here. Happiness has increased, to be expected with our new monument. And again, I kind of wish there was more of a flashlight effect for the night cycle, but overall not too bad. The new neighborhood is well received, so that is kind of nice. And we had planted some apple trees that will be able to be foraged by our gatherer flag in this corner. We do have now also more bots that can do some work for us, so let's go ahead and replace our lumber plank production with bots completely. That will also cover all the bots that were just created. And then we can move back into the corner right here to continue building our new neighborhood. All right, so the way I'm envisioning this, we will definitely be removing some of these paths. So when it comes to constructing neighborhoods, what I found, it helps to have a centerpiece to actually build the neighborhood around. So if we're gonna plan to do that, let me actually temporarily put in a path that kind of just goes around the entire area here. Right, because we will be disconnecting this one. Actually, let's do that right now. Completely disconnected. Yes, we're also gonna destroy that farmhouse and place it over here. And yep, we will be cleaning that up in a little bit, so don't worry about that. All right, so with that space freed up, a few more paths to remove from here. What we can do is go into our monuments and see how big our Flame of Unity is, because again, this will be our center for our new neighborhood. So that's a 2x2. Our houses, well, we could build them in different configurations, in different heights. Maybe large lodges would be kind of nice to have without it towering over everything. So let's put actually 2 large lodges right here. I'm actually gonna delete this one, move this one more to the side, so we can put in a double path in the middle. Wooden path without railings. Actually, yeah. First, hold on. Decorative floors. I think that will be quite nice to have. So if we're gonna place it down like this, we can leave one space around the entrances of our housing areas. Then we can have paths along here. So let's have a quick look at this. We're placing it kind of like there. Connect these up so they're already, you know, ready to be used whenever our beavers are coming in. Makes me think though, now that I look at this, it will look nicer. We're gonna add another path on this side and then go ahead and actually remove. I can't seem to grab the path. Alright. The pretty floor gone. That's fine. Here as well. Okay. And then we're gonna remove that one here as well. Come on, let me do it. Here we go. Alright. So, this will basically become the center where they're all just gonna walk along. Now, I do wish there was a little bit more. The monument itself would be a 3x3 instead of a 2x2. But, you know, can't have everything. Okay, next thing, we're gonna place a lantern here, and actually here, and then a shrub in the middle. That will now allow us to add our, excuse me, Flame of Unity, basically right there. This does bug me though. What if instead of the Flame of Unity, we actually place our Ingenuity building here? I don't hate that. Alright, let's make that happen. We're gonna remove the power connection underneath here and replace it with a vertical power shaft. Highest priority, because that will then allow us to place our tribute to Ingenuity facing into our city center, just like that. Now that is towering above, above it. Whew. That makes me think you are too small. Actually, what will look quite nice, if we're placing the triple lodges in here, and then we're gonna go ahead and place the taller ones kind of just right next to it. So, I'm gonna leave a gap here to have an opportunity for our beavers to walk out. And then let me make that symmetric on the other side. Remove all of you. Because, yeah, so it just needs to line up with this corner. So let's make that happen. Yeah, not with that. Here we go. And then we're going to do the same on the other side. Mark resources for removal. Here we go. Because there's so much for them to do, let me high prioritize the removal. Yeah, they don't quite need to build this. We should have enough material overall. The bricks are a little bit short. The rest is actually fine. So I'm excited to see this happen. Right, they've also cleared out the resources now, so we can keep building our large lodges. So one over here, and then we're gonna fill up the other side with soil to make that connection over there happen as well. If I do soil though, I will narrow this down by quite a lot. So let's not use soil, let's use our platforms. For no particular reason, we're gonna high prioritize these. Place this one down. And then, because these are platforms, we can actually fill this part up with soil. So let's do that as well. All right. Need to make sure this is high priority and this is high priority, so we can just wrap up this neighborhood. But I'm hoping you kind of see where I'm going with the overall design of this neighborhood. All right, wooden path with, I guess, no, hold on. You will actually become a stair. This way we can definitely get into this building. And then we're continuing with our wooden paths without the railings. Just like that. Right, connect in here, connect in there as well. Staircases on both sides. And then, of course, more of our tall houses. All right, here we go. Now, I think it would be nice for them to be able to walk over here a little bit quicker. So instead of this mess that we have here with all the platforms, let me actually remove that. We used to have a ton of the water pumpers here. But yeah, don't need that anymore. Let me do the quick levy trick to get them all hopefully lined up to somewhere where they can access it. Will they be able to reach that? Of course they won't, because I guess why would they? But overall it's fine, it's fine. Right. Now, let's move the path along here and connect it up with this one. Gonna set this into wooden paths with railings because dangerous. I don't want any of them to fall into the water. Not that that is really a mechanic, but you know, taking some liberties here. And then we're gonna connect this one without the railings to the inside. Same over here. And then also connect this one in. There we go. These can actually disappear. If I can catch it, there we are. All right. And then we're just connecting in here. All right. Now they have a ton to build. We do have 7 unemployed bots, so that is a no-go. Now it's time to replace some of our builders with bots. Absolutely gonna do that. And besides that, we're a little bit short on juice. Now that's a bit unfortunate. Why is that? We are lacking... Actually, they're just drinking too much, it looks like. A bit short on apples. Right. Might be something that we also need to address sometime in the next hour or so. Drought has ended. We're absolutely doing all right. Look how much water there's left. How could we not be doing all right there? Okay, besides that, they're still building all of this. Does seem like we have a shortage on logs. Yep, we do. Which could just mean that we need to expand our forest industry for a little bit more. So you know what? Let's do that. Let's do that. And I think a good place to actually expand it would be over here. If we are gonna go ahead and put some dynamite down. Double dynamite there. This would be, actually if I move it one more to the side, I don't need to move anything out here. And they can still get the single dynamite in here as well. Double dynamite along here. A few triple dynamites. We're gonna make sure that the area can actually be properly hydrated. with a few small lakes, so to speak, scattered around. Alright, that is overall not too bad, and the rest will be just completely removed with double dynamites. Now that will take a little while for them to build it, but I'm also confident that they'll get to it relatively quickly. Also gonna remove you here, put the path on the other side, and then a staircase, 2 staircases actually up here. As long as we have the path system throughout, they will be able to build that all. And then we can expand our log industry up here. All right, building lacks material. That would also explain why we're lacking material. I'm gonna pause one of our lumber mills. I've actually had another lumber mill up here. Still, gonna pause one of our lumber mills and one of our gear workshops up here. So we're not eating up all of our logs, even though at the moment we still are. Another thing that we could do is actually extend the water storage over here so that this area stays green for a little bit longer. And you know what? Let's do that. Because that is an easy win. We're just placing down a staircase here, put a couple of paths in. And along here as well. What we will need to do is actually destroy you and replace you for a proper height. Yeah, I didn't mean to remove the path. So remove you already. And then we'll place down a single dynamite here, highest priority. I'm gonna do the rest with everything else as well. Single dynamites, because 2 levels deep, not the optimal, so to speak, to keep it in there, but technically for this little bit of water retention that we need up here, we would be fine. Absolutely. Right. High priority on a ton of these. Already detonate you. And then we can put in our double platform right here. Go. All right, 4 more bots that are unemployed. Let's replace another one of our builder huts. Just to make sure the buildings happen a little bit faster, which I think will be quite nice. And then just have a sip of coffee. If you do want to see anything of the settlement and you haven't followed the season, let me know. Happy to quickly stop by anything to take a closer look at. Right, we do have a ton of unemployed beavers. I guess that is to be expected considering all the houses that I'm building. And I'm keep removing more and more beavers from their jobs. Yeah, sorry guys. I guess I could actually pause the buildings. Yeah, not really urgent. All right, dynamite is in here. Is there one missing here? There is one missing here. There we go. Let's put you on the highest priority. For, well, no particular reason. How are things going over here? Not too bad. This dynamite is in already. Should slightly high prioritize the staircases here as well. All comes down to us not having enough logs. I guess that tracks. what is our dynamite situation actually looking like? 137. That is a ton. That is a ton. But we should be able to completely fill this up. And then, again, this area should actually be green for much, much longer. What we can also do, in the meantime, is place another forester over here. And just to make that look a little bit nicer, we're gonna set back the path a little bit. Place down our forester. And then set the entire area up here to also be filled with oak trees. They should have a relatively far reach. There's something that we should probably be doing about the bad water here if we want to place down more logs in this direction. But in all honesty, we'll be okay as it is. However, need to make enough space for our woodcutters. We're going to place 2 up here, and then already going to set all of this up to be removable by the woodcutters. Which will then, as soon as we open this back up, will then also be able to be planted fully. I mean, we could place down some irrigation barriers. Contamination barriers, not irrigation barriers. Just around here to keep the bad water more contained. Could be nice. But yeah. Let's have a quick look at our new neighborhood. It is slowly coming in. Again, as per usual, the biggest problems are a lack of logs. So yeah, we're tackling that. Whenever I build any kind of dynamite, I'm always so tempted to try to blow up individual bits and pieces. But every time I do that, one of my beaver dies. So let's try to not do that. It would also be kind of nice. I mean, I guess for the regular Timberborn, it doesn't make a difference. But these Emberpelts, they do not like water, for those of you who haven't actually played with this faction. Where do we have where are all of our beavers? There we are. So I like their red fur, but you know, their fire affinity says exactly that. Don't get me wet, because otherwise they get super unhappy, which is not great. Oh wow, dies in 1.4 days. Kind of need to get this irrigated again. I guess what I can do, temporarily, lower the number of work hours. And once all the beavers are... yeah, that just looks like bots now. So let's open this. Nah, there we go. Regular beavers are going in. And that's what I meant, wet fur. They really don't like that. However, I really want to prevent those trees over here from dying. So temporarily, we're gonna keep this up. The water will actually go around here underneath the road, right where it belongs, and then irrigate the entire area there as well. Let me actually just show you. There we go. Water has reached here, and that is already enough, which means I can raise this again. See, all the trees are green, so we don't need to worry about this at all anymore. Which again, keeps us in a pretty good situation. Now, 8 beavers with wet fur. Yeah, it makes them a little bit unhappier, but I think we're in a good spot with our settlement overall that we don't need to worry about anything. Another unconnected building. Sorry, I'm just eating the cookie that I brought. Another unconnected building. I'm gonna pause you until you guys have built the staircase. We're not building these to increase our workforces, because we have way too many beavers already. But I think this new neighborhood will just look nice, and that's kind of what I had envisioned for the settlement. A neighborhood here, one further on the back, and another one on this side. All being around our central plaza that actually contains a good amount of the food that they're looking for. You guys are bringing stuff over here already. I guess that's alright. Let me actually increase the work hours again. I forgot what we were at before. 14 maybe? There's only a few more that need to be put down in terms of dynamite. And then again, this area will become a much better, more sustainable place for our log industry. It does also tell me I should prioritize the forester, so that gets going. And then we're gonna place 2 lumberjacks here already, but I'll actually pause them. Right. More beavers are getting wet fur. Yeah, sorry guys. You can kind of tell what I placed first. Kind of nice. This is exactly where the little lakes will come in. There's another one back here. And then we can turn this into another log factory. That's the one thing with Timberborn that I always underestimate, is how many logs you actually need in order to keep your colonies running appropriately. I'm also noticing we are dropping in terms of food. So let's have another look here. Well, we could do something with our bakery. This is our inventory. So we do have actually a ton of corn and a ton of bell peppers. So bell peppers are gonna be processed in the grill. We currently have 2 grills, so why don't we actually extend this a little bit more? Back here, like a little corner shop, I actually like the idea. So let's go ahead, leave a space of 1. And I'll put the grill here. Add a few more pieces of soil right in front of it, so we can expand over there as well. And then connect in our path. Nope, wooden path please, without railings. Here we go. Set you the recipe of grilled bell pepper. And it also tells us that, don't actually need this one, that we can actually use the corn in the same way if we're placing another grill in here. And set the recipe to, no, not grilled bell peppers, grilled corn. Okay. So these go on highest priority, so we actually get the food that we need. Put another path in there without railings. And then add a bit of decoration in between. Where are the benches? Right at the front, here we go. I'm gonna place a few more lanterns on both sides. That also tells me we don't really need the soil on this side, actually. And then just to wrap this up, another shrub. All right, here we go. A bit more food is coming in. Actually, we're already back to 1,000. So I'm a bit more relaxed about this now. Water we need to keep an eye on. 550 right now. That will vary quite a bit throughout the day. And we do have about 200 beavers and only 4 water pumps. They are fully automated, which is very nice to see. But again, it's not a ton of them. makes me think it probably would be a good idea to plan a little bit further ahead and get enough space in here for another 2 or 3 water pumps. So whenever we need to, we can immediately increase our water supply. Well, maybe not immediately, but short notice. All right, nighttime again. The houses are looking very nice. Now, for this area specifically, I think in terms of well-being, these parts here are obviously a good spot for rooftop terraces. So that will be quite nice to have. We could also put in a detailer to have 212 extract, and I don't think we're using it for anything, which we can also use this new neighborhood for, and I'm all for it. So let's place 4 detailers down on the sides here, so they're also not just going to be in the way. Also want to go ahead and put everything in here as decorative floors underneath the paths. I guess we could actually decorate. Let's actually do the entire area here. So this becomes one big plaza. Gonna leave the outer ends free. Obviously not on this side. But so we can put in a bit more decoration over there as well. And you know what? Why not place it right away? Okay, so with that done, we do need a bit more of lanterns around here for safety reasons. Not too many. I'm not a big fan of light pollution. So we could remove this one. You know what? Let's remove you. Because having the shrubs all around, I think will look a little bit nicer in the long term. There we go. Right, we also need to figure out a way to actually get up to the rooftop terraces. And that might be a bit more challenging now that I've placed all of the stuff that I've just placed. I do wonder if we were to add another staircase over here, if they could in theory get in there. So specifically, we're gonna place it like this. And then add a staircase here with a regular path, wooden path with railings. Yeah, it doesn't seem to connect. Bummer. Right, instead then. This is where I really miss the spiral staircases. Oh, this could work. What if we remove this lantern? Add a staircase right there. Put single platforms right next to it. And then add the double platforms over here. Because then all we need to do is connect it in there. Alright, I think I like that. I think this will look quite nice once it's done. Add a few more staircases in here. A couple more wooden paths with railings. And then we will be connected to our rooftop terraces. I'm also gonna make good use of the free space right now by allowing us to move all the way up to these buildings. Let's see. Yep, there we go. Put a couple of stairs in, and then we can actually place the rooftops where they need to go. Cool. Same on the other side. I would usually fast forward this in the videos, but stream, so. Right. Triple platforms. Yeah, that is good. Then add the staircases in right away. One here, one there. And then the overhang in one direction for now. And once they have built the rooftop on one side, we're gonna just flip this around and then do the other side as well. All right, decorations, rooftop. Go. And so slowly but steadily, all of this is coming together. Right, they're still not done over here. Trees have still 8 more days, so that's not too bad. You know why? I paused the explosives factories. Silly me. Let's set you up to be run by bots. We do have one more here. And that should definitely help. Because once all of the explosives are in, all of this will become a proper water retention area. Now, do I need to wait until they wrap up this corner? I don't think so. But yeah, what else am I gonna wait? This area will also be kind of a good extension. Might want to consider finding a different way down rather than having to walk along the dam all the way back here. But yeah, no particular rush with that. Yeah. Okay, things are coming along. This as well. The tribute to ingenuity, just a few more gears. And yeah, of course, we're really short on gears, because why wouldn't we be? We're kind of short on everything. Let me actually go ahead, because this should technically be, in a sense, cheaper. And we should have all the material for this stuff as well. So let me go ahead and high prioritize all of this, so they can get going. All right. And we do also need to figure out the pathway from the back here. But that also won't be too hard, to be honest. If we are adding the platforms here, and yes, platforms on both sides, we can simply add the staircases right next to it, throw in the path, wooden path without railings, up here with, and then we can just make our way up to the rooftop terraces over here as well. Double platforms here, single platforms right next to it, and then again connect in the staircases as well as the paths with railing. Cool. Alright, they can keep building this. In the meantime, have they finished? They have finished the explosives up here. Very satisfying every single time. So let me first make sure they're not gonna kill themselves over it, and then just detonate. Like I said, very satisfying. And now we can actually lower this, which will then fill up the entire area here, plus the path underneath there, and make everything green again, which I'm very excited about. We could explode this away as well. I think we're gonna leave it. Maybe actually instead, because it doesn't look as nice, I think. So what if we go ahead and actually fill this up with soil and then put another tree line in front of it. Yeah, I could see that being kind of nice. All right, all right. Things are coming along. You have 2 more bots that are not working, so I'm going to replace a builder's hut with that. So our bot production up here is doing its job, just very slowly. I guess we only have 2 assemblers, so that, you know, explains it. That is flowing in now as well. Awesome. And once everything is green up here, I will raise this a little bit again, so it doesn't actually flow out when the drought starts. Because I'd rather have these 2 reservoirs to be separate from one another. So when the drought hits, we keep more water basically in here for longer. Right, how are things looking up here? Yeah. Slowly making progress up here. A bit more progress down here though. And that is kind of nice to see. So again, biggest shortcoming are logs. I mean, we could try to harvest some of the stuff that's still just sitting around. I guess up here is not too bad a place. And we do have a relatively easy way up here. So you know what, let's do that. Just to speed everything a little bit up. Put in a path. This is not in the danger zone anymore, so a regular path will do. And then we place 1 lumberjack right in front. Connect it up. Make sure, oh, hold on, highest priority on this one too. And then make sure everything up here is also set to be cut down. Again, you would think after so many years of playing Timberborn, I would have it figured out now when it comes to the log production, how many trees you kind of need and stuff like this, but at the same time, then I make buildings like this and they just eat up all the logs. Crazy. Might be worthwhile actually pausing another one of the lumber mills, just so our log supply lasts for a little bit longer before it gets completely used up. Look at this, though. All of the trees have grown up now. I like to see that. Let's have a quick look. That is the first person mod, if you guys have never seen it. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Imagine sitting here. Well, dude, some personal space. Just watching the fire, surrounded by apple trees. If you're hungry, you might just nick one and start eating it. And then you go back home and then... dude, you should... Okay. Yeah. And then you just go home. I'm hoping that this was more of a, you know, fashion statement for him and not some kind of fur disease in this mod. Nah, just kidding. But yeah. Hold on. Now that you're in here, you can actually reach that corner there. So let's go ahead and just fill the rest up with oak trees. Can you actually reach? Not quite. Yeah, not quite, but close enough. Okay, the dynamite over here is coming in as well. Good, staircases are in here as well, which means we have another lumberjack that is actually chopping away here. And perfect choice. It's exactly the tree that I wanted you to cut down. So we can actually go ahead and place another lumberjack all the way at the far end of the colony to kind of get this sorted. All right. The green beaver that's bobbing about, I think. No, batteries move. My bad. I think that he's one of the mod creators. They tend to scatter in a beaver with their own color and their own name. Fair enough. One beaver is stranded. Why are you stranded? Oh man, really? They get stranded so quickly. I also realized though, they couldn't finish this because I blocked it off. Huh. Well, thanks for highlighting me that mistake. Okay, the platforms are coming in, so that is good to see. That means very soon all of this entire area will be done as well. Bad tide is coming. Now, again, just to rehash, this is where all of our water is coming from. Bad tide hits, the sluices that unfortunately don't exist anymore will just close up on this side, open up on this side, and we're directly moving the bad tide away from the map. It has worked out pretty well, and since we've built this, we like this entire area, we didn't need to worry about bad tides or droughts anymore at all. And this is absolutely overkill, in case you wondered. But it kind of works. All right. 160 unemployed beavers. We're actually really low on water. So it is time, and of course they haven't finished this area here. It is time to high prioritize this part so we can get a few more water pumps in. Expanding the colony, the living spaces, without actually needing the beavers or without accounting for beavers eating more and drinking more, kind of a dangerous situation to be in. Regardless, you know, it kind of works. All right. We also need to make sure if these are supposed to be, that reminds me, if these are supposed to be automated water pumps, we need to make sure that we have a power connection over there. And we might just explode this out and then move the power down here and over there. Okay, let's do that. Regular power shaft to here. And then we need another dynamite over there. Double dynamite enough? Double dynamite is not enough. So put down a triple dynamite. There we go, high priority. And I should also high prioritize the power connections. Same as, since we are planning the power shafts, vertical power shaft up here, highest priority. And we might just be going ahead and removing every other one. Nothing to do in range. Oh, you're already done? Okay. Delete you. Need to high prioritize you. Still doing okay with water. Not great, but kind of okay. I'm saying this and they completely rinsed the water supply. Of course they would, because why wouldn't they? All right, here we go. All of that is in. I do need to pause more of the lumber mills Yeah, the gear workshop can kind of run. We still have 1,000 planks, so that's not too bad. But we do need just a ton more logs. All right, water is going back up, food is going back up. So maybe we'll be okay. Unconnected building, I guess that makes sense. Of course, they built the rooftop terrace before they built the path to it. But again, that's kind of all right. We could already put down the rooftop on this side. Let me do that so I don't forget. And then they can slowly keep chopping away on this side. All right. Go. Now it's a little bit more waiting. That's kind of one of the reasons why I said we're starting with getting a ton more of the log production in. Because it all, well, stands and falls with how many logs we have available. Very soon though, these should be growing up. Well, very soon might be a bit overstated, but we're getting there. Building lacks material. Our grills need logs. That kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Oh boy. Right. It is time that they kind of wrap this up as well. We just need more areas for log supply. How is our dynamite doing? Yeah, doing okay. Our extract is also just doing okay. At least they haven't built the detailer yet, but it does remind me I should set up the different tail patterns. I do like the flame. Maybe I should actually make my own. It's a nice accent, or a nice little side thing for Timberborn, that you can actually manually create them and use them. Okay, at least our bots are now all back, meaning we don't have open bot positions. Water is still a bit low. Have you guys actually wrapped this up? You have. Very nice. Yeah. Of course I'm flooding them. Alright. I'm gonna make sure you guys are setting these on highest priority so we can put in another water pumper. Then we're dynamiting this out. And actually, let me just continue the triple platforms over here. Vertical power shafts go in as well. Vertical power shafts. And then we just need to make sure that we're connecting all of this underneath in the water, so it's out of the way. All right. Now we do have one explosive here. We want to keep this open because this will just be a little bit of decoration. We'll place a... maybe we'll just place lanterns in both of these corners. Okay, and then we need a few more explosives, one here, one here. Bad tide has started, and like I've mentioned before, our system up here completely handles it. I still wish they would introduce a varying intensity of regular season and bad water season. Busy beavers. Yeah. Hey, thanks for joining. Yeah, actually they're not that busy. If you look at that, I have 168 of them just hanging out, doing nothing. Yeah, I mean, this playthrough not particularly for building beavers to actually make them work. It's more like, you know, let's see how pretty we can make this entire area. Thoughts are slowly coming in, so, you know, but the main part is I just made too many of them. I mean, technically, I guess I didn't make them. Right. How's life? Well, look at that. The rooftop terraces are finally connected. Let's also have a quick look. I do love this first-person mode. Imagine you're chilling here at the end of the day. I think that's a nice area. Enjoying life, like academics unwinding. Yeah, you know, gotta enjoy life when you can. Weird stuff will always happen. Today we're here with coffee and cookies. So, sorry if you hear me chew. But I just call it maintenance. Alright, how's this coming along? Good, this is done. We're doing a not that good overall in terms of water. So let's go ahead. Wait, automated water pump, here we are. Place you down here. And definitely on highest priority. The biggest shortcoming at the moment is the log supply. So slowly catching up on this. We have created this new forest area back here. Could actually expand this a bit more. That might actually make sense. Where are landscaping? I guess so. And then contamination barrier. I wish there was a contamination barrier thing so I can still put a path on top. But I guess it's not that necessary. Get your beer as per usual, following the German purity. To be honest, I wouldn't mind a beer either, but it's still a little bit too early. You know what they say, no beer before 4 p.m. Typical German rule. Right. The area back here is also slowly being filled in with dynamite. I guess at least most of the extract is in. European time. Ah, you found the loophole. No, I'm trying to be good, right? Okay, rooftop over here is in as well, which means I can now, as well as here, I can now remove the overhangs and place them again in the opposite direction. Yeah, not the metal platform. So we can add the last two rooftops up here. And then the scaffolding over there can also be removed. And then this entire area hopefully looks a little bit nicer again. What could be good though. It's one too high. If we add this in here, same on the other side. And then go into decorations. put down 2 fireplaces in front of the beaver statue. Yeah, I think that'll look good. That's one thing I honestly miss about not playing City Skylines 2 anymore. Is in there, you build so much about what looks nice for the inhabitants, rather than, you know, what makes the most mechanical sense from the game. Okay, we actually need gears. Let me unpause another one of the large gear workshops, and then they can kind of wrap this up. I'm also gonna go ahead and high prioritize the space for the other automated water pumps, just so we can increase this a little bit more. Nothing to do in range. There's a bit of stuff you can still cut down. I could also go up here. Yes, yes, yes. Absolutely. Try to use as much of the natural resources that are around as possible. Path with the railing. We'll have a woodcutter. That's priority. And then set all of this up to be cut down. It's not a ton, but it will give us a few logs. Okay, these are in, which means I can finally set the rooftops on the highest priority. There we go. You have nowhere to be connected, that makes sense. But this side is done, which means I can free up some of the resources up here by removing the temporary scaffolding. And again, make the whole thing look a little bit nicer as well. Maybe I should have at some point a brews and builds kind of stream. I know City Planner Plays has these, and they are very chill. Although I think he also switched more into coffee these days. Alright, how's this coming along? Not particularly fast. Actually, I'm not gonna high prioritize this. In Norway, it is research funding application season now with deadlines. Nice to unwind with the beavers. Yeah, I kind of just passed the time frame for the applications, which, yeah, was rough. But, you know, managed somehow. The problem, as somebody put it, was it after the grind is before the grind? Unfortunately, way too true. But yeah, gotta squeeze in these timeouts whenever we can. Otherwise, it's just too much work. Okay. Trees will still take a while up here. Contamination barriers as well. Probably need to come up with something else than this path. Oh, probably will work. Let me actually first double check that this is still true. Irrigation barrier and then a single platform on top. Yep, that works. Perfect. So let me undo this, because then we can go ahead and place tunnels on these. And then the irrigation barrier can go underneath. You feel me? Yeah, it's the academic life cycle. Never an end in sight. Sometimes gotta remind yourself why you're actually, not you specifically, but why we actually do all of this. It is still a fun job, but it's sometimes annoying. All right. Now I could unpause these two lodges. I don't want to right now. Ooh, look at the food. Ooh. So what can we do in terms of food? We do have beets. What do we use beets for again? Are they just eaten raw? Farmhouse, yeah. Grist mill. Bakeries, we do have a good amount of bakeries. And then presses. Okay. So, need to expand our food production in some direction. There's no more green space. I guess there's a little bit back here. Need to clean up the area back here as well at some point. All right, why don't we tackle this area here? So first, let's put down a lumberjack so we can actually also make good use of the added logs. There we go, highest priority please. And then we're gonna build a staircase up here and do the same, like start chopping everything down up there as well. Then we can explode all of this away, and that should free up a bit more of the area for farming. In order to speed this up, let's actually go ahead and expand over here, just a path. This is then a triple height area. Let's explode all of this away. No, I think the power shafts are running underneath here. They are they? Yeah, double space here. I think it's this line that would be kind of in the way. All right, let's remove that last line over here. And then also gonna go ahead and set this as the highest priority, as well as a staircase up here. There we go. And then we could actually add a bit more soil in this corner. And just to make a bit more farming space available for our beavers. The power shaft underneath. Yeah, that's again kind of what I really love about this playthrough. Power shafts and water basically everywhere, under every level, makes building stuff actually a lot easier. Like even up here, if you need power, you just need to connect it through a little bit. It's like, why is there no water anymore? But yeah, makes sense. Probably should expand a little bit of that corner here as well to store a bit more water. Ever our beavers have the time. So cool with the tunnel option. Yeah, it made life so much easier. And to be honest, the amount of work the devs have put into this game is crazy. You can really tell that they worked on this because it's one of their brainchilds, right? I've also been playing a little bit around with modding, and overall, the code base is really nice to work with. Right, so here we are. We still want to keep up the overall appearance of our farm, meaning we will keep the fencing around here. If I find it, there we go. Well, our future farm, not our farm. But you know, close enough. Alright, the farm will gonna go down here. I should close this off. So let's go ahead, because we actually... let's put down some impermeable floors. There's 2 more extracts. Somebody could please pick this up. Then we can start early detonating this. So I have a bit more stuff to look at. Also just realizing we need another staircase over here to actually make it to these trees. Water supply seems okay. Food supply still the big issue. And our beavers are hungry. Ooh, they are hungry. How can we speed this up? What we could do is place 1 more piece of soil here. Highest priority. And then we can already put down a farmhouse in this corner right there. And we'll connect into that with a platform, as well as our wooden paths with railings. Highest priority on this. You're already on highest priority. You're on highest priority. Okay. Also explode this off. Cool. Yep, and it's like I hoped, it's all green. So very soon, hopefully, we'll be able to place down a few more farm fields in that back area here. In the meantime, like I said, we're gonna place some radishes. Radishes are, I think, the most efficient version of all of this. And again, per usual in this playthrough, put down a bench in front of it. And later on we might add something else here. That would actually block them from walking around this way. So let's instead go ahead, add another platform here, and then a shrub just in front of it. Right, the tribute to ingenuity is here. Wow, indeed. Also, our network power supply looks good. This entire area is now actually done. Looks busier. Well, all the dynamite. Looks busier than I expected initially. But even the beaver tail printers are in. Although I think this one, or look at this guy. Such a cool tail print. I do love this mod. This is a lot of fun to play with. Alright, 42 happiness. Turned out great. Thank you. Yeah, this is something really that this playthrough showed me. I have not spent enough time on making things pretty in Timberborn. And it's so satisfying. And again, it's like, even just this little neighborhood with the fireplace campfire in the middle. It's just awesome. Do we actually, let's actually have a look at the happiness of our beavers. Some are injured, some are hungry. That's fair enough. Beaten radish juice, yeah, lacking that, fair enough. A dance hall. Oh, we could make them happier with a dance hall. But more importantly, the scratcher. We have 265 beavers running around. And I think these 3 scratchers are all there is. So that's just a no-go. Let's expand here. Always keep a space of 1. And then making sure that there's a bit of privacy again with the shrubs. And then 1 more piece of road. Here we go. Doubled the scratchers. That might be just enough for everyone. We'll see. Ah, look how hungry they are. I feel so bad for them. I guess we don't need that much pine resin. We could free up a little bit of space back here to add a bit more farmland in. Maybe that is the right call. I don't want to, in a sense, overreact. Nobody has died because of hunger yet. The minimum, what's the word for that? The minimum level of acceptance. If nobody died of hunger, we're still doing okay. All right, already gonna set up a few more radishes in the back here. And what we can also already, good. He is now chopping down this one. I hope this oak tree is the next one. So then we can go ahead and, where are the explosives? Here. We can already put in a path through here. And this way our farmers, I think it's 2, 3 of them actually, they will actually also be able to get here in the back. Just making sure you are actually set to be chopped down. Yes, you are. On the bright side, we're doing much better in terms of logs. Not in terms of food, but in terms of logs. I kind of wish there was like a fishing hut or something in this game. Because that would just be fun. Water is coming in, even if it's slow. Good. They're also making good progress up here. What are you doing, mate? But I'm gonna replace you with a bot. Oh, and what we can also do, just to make a bit of better use of our farmhouse down here, is add a staircase in there. Because once this is open, and then I can actually already detonate you. Good. And now you guys can plant back here as well. Let me actually set this to the highest priority. And then what we can also do, so many things we can do. They should be able to eat bark in a pitch. Absolutely. I mean, it's beavers, right? Not that it's very nutritious or anything, but, you know, it'll make them feel full at least. Okay, we do have bell pepper seedlings here. So let me fill this up. One more here. And he's doing his work there. Awesome. Can already put down the dynamite here. What are we actually missing up here? Oh, it's actually extract. It's not even the dynamite anymore. Even though we're pretty low on dynamite too. Wow, look at how hungry everyone is. I mean, I technically have 163 of them to be hungry. Very hungry before I need to worry about stuff. It's a very dark way of looking at it, but, you know, unfortunately it's true. All right. But things are coming along. And I do want to put a piece of soil. Oh, I can't put it on here. Wait. But I can put one on here. Okay, impermeable floor gone. And then add a few more of the radishes. Just all over the place. Can also add some in here now. What did you grow there? You are on highest priority. Good, good, good. And what we could also do, so many things again that we can do. Add a double dynamite area up here. Expanding this zone a little bit. All right, mark for demolition. Here we go. Can you be reached? Of course you cannot. Because how would it be any other way? Temporarily removing this. Now, if we are making more dynamite, then we're actually making extract. Maybe I should actually replace these double dynamites with single ones and just have 2 layers of it. Oh. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Died of hunger. Oh boy. It is starting. More radishes for now. Actually, I forgot there's supposed to be a barrier around this entire area. All right, I'm gonna mark you for demolition after all. Whoa, 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 whoa. Double platforms? No, 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 no. Okay, back in, single platforms, much better. Let them eat cake. They are eating cake. Well, apple pie, technically. One of our bakeries is making some... Wait, why aren't you making that faster? Okay, you know what? You're gonna get replaced by bots. You need wheat flour. We have wheat, cornmeal. Wait, what? Why do you have wheat? Okay, we have 0 wheat. I guess fair enough. What I can actually temporarily do is put you onto wheat flour so you can process all the wheat that's in there. And then we get a bit more food out of this corner. Yeah, another one died of hunger. Yeah, apple pies. We don't have apples. I guess that explains it. But so many apple trees. Oh, that could have been a much better use of that area here. Put down some apple trees. Huh. Ah, that'll be fine. Now that I see this, and we're building this forest area up here, maybe we'll actually put in a staircase through here up the mountain. And then we can use some of that space for food trees. I guess it's fruit trees, not food trees. Anyways. All right, let's make sure we're high prioritizing the dynamite here, because I'd like you guys to finish building that. We don't need... Do we need... I'll leave the staircase in until they're done. But more importantly, well, I guess not while beavers are dying of hunger, but, you know. Still importantly, because it's this playthrough, let's put in some more decorations. Alright, more radishes. Why can't I put red? Oh. I thought they already chopped this one down. Apparently not. And this corner here needs to be set to be cut down as well. Alright. Good. Kind of coming along. Even if slowly. Fences before food. True. Does feel like that this is the typical approach these days. You know, as long as it looks pretty, it's fine. Exactly. That is even more true. Safety first, not just pretty. It will have some sort of use. Yeah. Talk about being disenchanted. All right. Dynamite's up here as well. Making sure all of you are also on the highest priority. Can you actually reach that? Oh, you can. I wonder probably from there. You have nothing left to do, which means I can remove you. And we're gonna go ahead. We still have you to switch, and we're setting you back to corn. Yep, now they're starting to all disappear. Oops. I do feel bad for the beavers here. I have not done them right. True beaver overload priorities? Oh yeah. You know, working hard on getting the beaver overlord situation just right. I'll actually go ahead and... No, I can't detonate this. It will explode everything. Yeah, and then we can't reach this side anymore. Still always so tempting. Alright, 2 more back here. Down more radish. Maybe it would actually be more sensible to put down more wheat. At the moment, up here, that's all the wheat that we have, and that's canola. So that's actually not a ton. Our corn is running low. We're doing okay in terms of beets. How are we doing so well in terms of beets? Right. Because what are beets being used for? Can't be just the juice, right? Alright, let's see. Food. Beet and radish juice. It is just a juice. Okay. So all of these beet seedlings here could actually be replaced. The bell peppers could be replaced as well. Alright, let's go ahead and do something probably stupid. Let's remove all of this. I will remove the farmhouse from here as well. Gonna restructure this a little bit. Wooden path without railings. Going through here. We're gonna continue this through there. There we go. And then we're placing our farmhouse back in. All right. And then we're gonna give them, yeah, no beets, but this entire side will turn into wheat. Do we need a fence on this side? I don't think we need a fence on this side, to be honest. All right, so let me just remove this path. No, let's actually remove it all the way back here. And then add a wooden path without railings in here. All of the radishes can technically go as well. We'll replace you with just planting more wheat. And then radishes can actually go on the other side. That fills in these corners nicely as well. All right. Next, I'm gonna remove these paths and upgrade them into wooden paths without railings, connecting all the way through here. Now, if I do that though, they should be removed here, because all of that then needs to become a fence. And then we can add the radishes back in. Now, technically, oh, you know what we can do over here really is remove both of these and replace your wooden path with railings. So we have kind of a fence around here, much better. And then we fill up the rest over there with more of the wheat. All right. I need you guys to start planting. Oh boy. Let's have a look over here. Good. All of that is in. Means we can make more space. And remove those stairs as well. And then you should be a path with railings. Even though you kind of end up in the middle of nowhere. But that is fine. Then place down the radishes over here and over here. Right. Still kind of need to... there's no wood cutter anymore. So let's just remove this birch tree. Then we can place the last radish seedling right there. Good. Okay, okay. And they're still dying. They're falling like flies. We still have 150 in store, so to speak. Maybe not great, but, you know, I guess okay. Oh boy. I am so mean to them. However, what we can do already, not that there's any priority for that, we can place another 2 automated water pumps here. And then I think it would be time that we have more water storage. And probably somewhere close to the water pumps themselves. So I'm thinking if we expand here, this won't quite work. Huh. How could we do this? Actually, why not just put a little bit of the smaller storages in there? There we go. Yeah, the large one is a 3x3, which we can actually place in the back here. Okay, I can live with that. There we go. Unlock the large storage. Nope, not this one, this one. And then we're also adding, well, 1 wooden path with railings. Need to set you to store some water. I wish the copy function was here already. That was such a nice addition to the game. All right, and then this piece right there can become a lantern. All right, there we go. New farmhouses are in as well. Still waiting on all of that. I'm kind of making a slow pass at all of this. All right. Speaking of safety up here, definitely not safe. Makes me wonder if we should kind of expand a little bit more here as well. Right. If we are gonna remove this, we will actually have an easy time to expand. Can kind of make our way up here with staircases and paths. We just do that for now. I think that's a good start. And then we can add the dynamites in here as well. As well as mark for demolition. Here we go. What beer are you having tonight? Dynamite safety, itchy trigger. Yeah. This is so tempting. And I still feel bad for all the beavers that have died in my care because I dynamited stuff too quickly. All right. Double dynamite all here. Lager from Oslo. Anything I might know, or is it local? Actually, I think back here it shouldn't be a triple. It should just be a single one. Because then I can go back here, dynamite this way, and this as well. Riedenlund, something local. Don't think I've ever had that. I've been to Oslo, but it's been a while. One of the beauties of academic work is the travel. Well, beauties. Can get very stressful. All right. Died of hunger, died of hunger. One of them grew up. I guess that's good. This area is also almost wrapped up. Makes me kind of think, where are we producing our extract here? Oh, 4 bots. Here you go. You guys can head in there. Conference Serenity. Yeah. Well, I haven't traveled in a while for conferences, but it is kind of nice. You get to try out all the local beers. Always a good, bonus. Oh, never set you to store water. Let's do that. Also should probably check how our power supply is doing. Supply is at 5.5. During the day we need 4. Okay, so we still have a good amount of space. All right, let's make sure we're high prioritizing these so we can expand over here as well. Actually, I should really high prioritize these, because that will be an immediate placement of food. And more radishes in the corner here. Still not doing great in terms of food. I'm so glad I haven't unpaused these two yet. Imagine there'd be a few hundred more beavers running around. Actually, there is an opportunity to make connectivity a little bit better. We connect this in here. That's a good starting point. And we could also fill all of this up with soil. Yeah, there should be enough space. Waste a bit more space with our fences. Leave this open, this corner. And then we can place a few more radishes down over here. You guys should reach. You are... No, of course you're not reaching. How can I make this happen, though? Actually, why not do that? Properly fill this up. Now, once this is all in, you don't need a railing here anymore, because that is all safe. Is there... Actually, is there a gate? I don't think there's a proper gate, per se. Nope. Well, wishful thinking. And then here can be actually another lantern. Safety. Alright. Somebody please build this. I know we have a ton of soil. Yeah, we do. Also have now a ton of logs again. So I will unpause one of the lumber mills, because our plank supply has steadily decreased. Don't want that to happen. And then put 2 more radishes right there. DLC gate. Is there actually a downloadable one? I'd love to see that, to be honest. Makes me kind of think maybe I'm the one who should actually be building this. Yeah. Somebody probably will have the fun of doing so. Radishes here. Good. Things are kind of coming along. Nothing to do in range. You are done. Okay. Which means you will be relieved of duty. Everyone is hungry. Yeah, building up food supply does take a while. You have better things to do, like playing on my behalf. Yeah, that is true. And yes, chicken are coming. I think the next Mana Lords episode will be a busy one. Because kind of need to get to the point where we have the trade up and running. We need to start clearing out bandit camps, which means we need a manor. And at the same time, well, food. Because it will be a rough winter. Okay. Everyone is just starving. Cool. Where can we actually put another... If we dynamite... we need more dynamite. Even our single dynamite is mostly gone. I guess one part of this area up here will be another apple farm. And also can quickly check... If I were to put a staircase here, and yes, I'm going to pause you so you don't interfere. You really like the Manalord series, despite bug issues? Me too. It is a fun game, and I'm glad I bought it a while back. The bugs are, yes, very annoying, but you know, it is what it is. It's an early access game, so I'm definitely not blaming the developers. But the whole oxen getting stuck, and it kind of ruins the entire playthrough. That was a bit rough. That was honestly a bit rough. Yeah, I tried it 4 different times, always put a few more roads in, a few more buildings in the hope that it would all sort itself out, but yeah, just couldn't get it to work. Oh, you know what we could do? We could make this farm bigger. Oh, we could make this farm so much bigger. Oh, that's so much better. Okay, temporarily remove the hedge here, so we can build a staircase down. Drought is coming. That's actually kind of beneficial. Don't actually need the drought. Might not even need that staircase. Okay, that's too high here, too high there. Oh, so much bigger as a farm. Right, and if we then put in some contamination barriers at the edge here. Doesn't quite work like that, but, you know, close enough. Add then another layer of soil up here. Yeah, I misclicked underneath there, but that is fine. Just like that. And what we're also gonna do, dam pieces. Hold on, I actually need you to be a double dynamite. I'm gonna make sure that the high priority over here is not the highest priority anymore. There we go. Need to watch the kids. Yeah. Thanks for showing up, and, you know, I'll be here for a while. See you later. Okay. Yeah, this looks much, much better. Kind of need to extend the contamination barriers all around here as well. So we will remove this for now, and then contamination barrier up here and just around the entire thing. Remove this tree here as well. Here we go. That should completely clear this out in terms of bad water contamination. I'm hoping, at least. Yeah, you seem clean. That's good. And then we just need to add a bit more water supply over there. But that shouldn't be too much of an issue, because we do have the water underneath here. Have a look. Okay, what we just need to do is get it basically through here and then over in this direction. So let's put in tunnels where we need them to show up. Basically here. I'm gonna pause you for now. And then you three should actually be double dynamite. Yeah. Okay. Because that also means we can put kind of a little lake area in this corner. So let's actually do that right now. I'm gonna remove all of these. Put a single dynamite actually in here, and then a double dynamite right next to it. So we have a... you know what? I kind of want the lake to extend a little bit underneath here. So, in order to do that, back to the single dynamite. But look at that, so much better. Right, and then where is fencing? Here we go. Connect this in here, which will also allow me to remove the fences from there. And then we could put some corn down. Yeah, we are a bit short on corn again. There's the extra corn grill, I guess. And we need the corn for our fuel, which is also continuously going down. So let's keep the corn coming in this area. But yeah, looking good, looking good. Oh, everyone is still starving. Whew. I could actually remove all of this once this is built in. How high are you just overflowing? How high are you keeping this? 0.6? Yeah, if I lower it a little bit, we could have these removed and expand the farm even more. I don't mind that, to be honest. So why don't we set you to 0.45? And once you guys have built that corner, we remove this and turn all of this into additional farmland. Can already start, actually. All right, we want to keep it on here. So let's add 2 layers there. Gonna continue over there as well. Yeah, I like this kind of music. That's a nice Sunday. Saturday. Okay, here we are. Can actually leave that in here as well. Yeah, but we don't need it. Oh, no water. Because I set this to a 0.45, you need to go back up. Turn actually the water. Wait, why can't I see the water? There we go. Really? Oh, that explains it. Hold on. 0.4. Actually, you shouldn't be flooding this. But we'll make it work. Once it sort of tips over here. I don't actually need to have it tip over. Just need to flush this out every now and then. All right. Besides that, I need to have you guys do all of this. Let me guess, you can't reach it. Yeah, you can't reach it. Of course not. So make sure we have a path in here. That took a while. Right, we do have a bit more space here as well. Hello? There we go. Not a lot of water in the corner here. But I think that's also alright. We can put down more bell peppers. Because all of these are bell peppers. Yeah. Still very short on food. Water is doing much better. So I'm glad to see that. But yeah, our beavers are still continuously dying of hunger. I do feel bad. I do feel bad. Maybe time for me to eat another cookie. Maybe that will help. Not the nicest move of a beaver overlord, but yeah. Alright, we can, however, replace one of you with pure bots. Ooh, I like the black one. Come on. Okay, not coming out. Wait. The grist mill. Okay, you are producing the wheat flour. Oh, then we're probably just out of... Wait, you need corn flour. Yeah, we're just out of apples. Alright, where could we place more apple trees? Actually, since we are expanding back here... I don't think this would help us. This area will help us with some logs, so I'm gonna unpause you guys. Other than that, not really a lot of space to put the trees down. I mean, it would be nice to have this entire area filled with apple trees, to be honest. So why don't we plan for that? A little plaza thing going on here. Not sure why we're storing the metal blocks over here. Could be something a bit more sensible, but there's nothing we really need to store over here. You know what? You guys can store more charcoal. Could store more clay. Yeah, I don't really need to. I need to store dirt. Yeah, let's keep one on metal blocks and one on charcoal. Right. Poor beavers. All hungry and only 19 pieces of food left. Okay, so the wheat won't help us until we actually have more apples. So how can we fix that? Yeah, same problem as before. There's not really anything to place down any trees, to be honest. Well. Right, for now, I can detonate you. Can clean out this area. Gonna remove the staircase here. Now you can't reach this anymore. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, didn't mean to delete this part. There we go. Nope, wrong direction. Right, there we go. And then we can just clear out this. And so you guys can kind of reach through here. What I will do is temporarily clear out this part. Open up this. And then we're gonna add another set of paths basically through there. High priority on all of this, please. So it kind of finally gets done. And then we need to make our way through here. So one staircase down. Put in the path right here. And then we're gonna connect the tunnels up all the way to there. Now, setting you on highest priority, you two on the highest priority. You do not, I guess you can remain being placed there. And then we're expanding our little lake area over here. And you know what? Why don't we have a little like side arm here as well? All right, there we go. Next thing that we really need, well, not really need, but should put in as well, is the fencing over there. And they can just finish building all of this. At some point they will be done over here. And then more fencing, of course. Just to there. I guess if we need more apple trees, it could be beneficial to turn this entire back area in a little orchard. Yeah, why don't we do that? All right, add a bit more of the soil in. Making sure we're building it up properly. Come on, here we go. And then all we need to do over here is connect this in there, which shouldn't be too much of a hassle. We're just going to put in platforms there all the way to the end. How would we make this safe though? Again, not that our beavers really need to be safe, but you know, we'll try to be nice to them. Alright, there we go. Staircase up. Can you guys then... No. Okay, but we could put another gatherer flag just over there. Oh, that actually makes it easier. So if we remove you, replace you with a... Didn't need to remove you. Put you back in. Add another gatherer flag in this corner. Then we're gonna make sure everything wooden path with railings connecting in here. And once all of this is fully built, we're good to go. So there is the fencing. You would think I know this by now, but yeah, not really. If I remove you, and we're adding more dynamite over here, we can then connect all of this up. Then you can remain soil. But we will kind of need to make sure the water actually gets over here. So how about we do that? Okay, I need a bit more water over here. Oh, very slowly coming through. Oh, actually all of this is in now. Nice. That means I can actually leave these open. And yes, there will be some water flowing out here, but it shouldn't be too bad. Right, in addition, because we're expanding over there as well, I can remove all of these again. And we can now finally also remove the 2 floodgates and all of these. Things are coming together. Right. Here we go. Put in another fence right there. And then this will become a very nice forestry area for planting some apple trees. How's this coming along? We're still waiting for extract. How's our bad water actually doing? Do we ever put in bad water storage? But what I'm seeing is we're going to be in much bigger trouble because our corn is running out. And that means our fuel is running out. Beavers are still alive. Barely, but still alive. I do appreciate that. Let's remove this so we can actually pick up the material. There we go. Remove the staircase as well. Pick up the material. And then the dynamite here is in. You are on highest priority. Oh, the extract is in. We're just waiting for the explosive. Okay. But you guys can actually build this from above. So that you're already in. Perfect. Which means all that is missing is this one tunnel. Why are there more tunnels underneath? I don't know. Must have accidentally placed them. Alright. So once that tunnel is exploded, this little lake will actually fill up. Ah, look at that. That's actually all green. Yeah, I still want to make a bit more space. All right. And then we can actually remove that pathway over here. See, water came in. Perfect. And then we add more corn around it that our farmhouses here can deal with. All right. How are things looking over here? You guys have built all of this. You can't reach this. Yeah, that's on... Oh no, you can reach that from above. Very nice. Right, can't get all the material. I guess, fair enough. This is also coming in. So many things to explode. Alright, I wanted to look at our bad water storage. I don't see any. Which kind of makes me think, actually, first of all, we have 7 bots that are just sat around. So let's add a few more bad water pumpers in. And we could actually... Is that actually why we're not producing enough fuel remaining? 50%? That's okay. Why aren't you producing anything? It's because we don't have enough bad water. So that is actually what is causing the issue. Okay. That is good to know. Because that we can fix, especially since we have more bots available with nothing really to do. So let's go ahead. Nope, a regular path with railings, please. I guess it doesn't need railings. So just a regular path here, here, and here. We're immediately gonna set you guys to be run by bots. That should help. We could also put more apple trees up here. Do we really need that? I don't quite know. This looks so bad. Look how hungry they are. But, you know, we are getting there. Slowly, but we are getting there. Part of me wants to move this a little bit further to the side. Because this just looks dangerous. What if we go ahead and... Actually, why not? So if we're placing another fence here, we can go ahead and move 2 paths in. One path without railings is fine then, and then we can place our gatherer flag over here. And then, yeah, I think that'll work quite nicely. Actually, hold on. Should we just connect this through? Guess we don't have to. Also need to temporarily remove this one so they can finish building those 3 contamination barriers. It's easy to lock yourself out. And then we're adding more soil in here. I'd actually need to place it here. Be kind of a shame to not connect this through. Alright, let's temporarily remove this. It'll make sense in a second. If we're placing you here, we can put down our forester right here for now. And then we can also now remove this path. Not yet. They're still building all of that. However, if we're gonna go in here, apple trees, and fill all of this up. One more here, one more there. And actually all of this could also be placed. Come on, 3 more pieces back there. Nope, didn't mean to do that. Because all of this can remain corn. Oh, and they're done with the irrigation barrier. Perfect, which means the fence can go back in. Have also another space for an apple tree back here. And the last one is being built. There we go. Now all the apple trees are kind of accounted for. This is also now done. There we go. Which means we're removing this path again, replacing the fence, and then adding more of the corn all over here. All right. Now we're doing a little bit better in terms of food. Not a ton, but a little bit. So, you know, baby steps, baby steps. Why aren't you building? Oh, that explains it. You guys are trying to finish all of this before you get down to this one. All right. In the meantime, we have more wonders to build. A flame of unity. Maybe actually down here. Oh, what we still also don't have is a dance hall. Where would we place a dance hall? Maybe it is time we remove the inventor huts. We do have a number cruncher. This could be a good place actually for the dance hall. Ah, still hurts. But let's do it. By science. Kind of too real. Alright. And then we're gonna go into well-being. Oh, we also have an exercise plaza. Phew, I forgot how big that is. It will actually fit in really nicely there. Alright, dance hall. We need to remove all 5 of these. So let's go ahead. All of these gone. And then under our well-being, dance hall, there we go. 1,200 signs. Yep, that's fine. Now with the dance hall in, where are we gonna place our exercise plaza, which is the same size as the dance hall? Up here could actually be quite nice. Can we afford to lose all the corn? Yeah, actually I think with all of this now restocked, we should actually be okay. All right, up here it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. More of the, yeah, should also select the right thing. More of the key gameplay mechanics. No, not mechanics. Key. You guys know what I mean. Maybe. Right. And I think we're actually moving this farm completely. Where we can put it is actually all the way up here. We're adding this there. We can leave this corner empty. I think I'm okay with that. Now I would want to make sure there's enough storage, water storage basically, in this corner. So we'll add a bit more dynamite here. Yeah, double dynamite will be enough. And then we can add more soil all along here. So, can also place one here. So let's do that. And highest priority on the explosives. There will be a little bit of flooding, but overall I think that is okay. I will actually reduce the height here. I think it should be fine if we do that. 2.5. Have a little bit more space basically in here. I mean, there's water now underneath the roads. So everything should remain green. And one thing that we can definitely do, and maybe just also should do, is turn all of these into tunnels so that the water comes actually all the way through into this foresty area back here and keeps everything properly supplied. Alright, good amount of the dynamite is in. So it was actually just the amount of bad water we had that caused the shortage of the dynamite and the extract. Our fuel is running dangerously low though, so that is something we really need to address. But first, exercise plaza up here, overlooking the entire settlement, which I think will be great. And then the last happiness thing that we need to place is the carousel. Where would we place you? I guess we could actually place you over here. So our beavers have a bit more of a reason to go to the rooftop terraces here. Yeah, not very popular at the moment. Oh well. Alright, still doing okay in terms of water. Our beavers are still dying of hunger overall. Yeah, the battery shortage is rough now. Which just means we need more corn. We're doing actually overall okay in terms of logs. I'm a bit surprised. Right, most of our bots, I think, are actually our construction workers. So let me give our regular beavers something to do. Oh, a bunch of them just came back to life. I wonder why. Right. And again, kind of thinking that might have been too much wheat over here. Let's see. Our grills are actually turning 1 corn into 4 food. So we kind of want that to happen. And 2 bell peppers and 1 canola oil into 4 grilled bell peppers. We have a good amount of bell peppers, but I guess not enough canola oil. That is our press here. We don't have enough canola seeds. Okay. That we can kind of fix. Let's clear this up a little bit back here by removing all of this wheat, because we have the wheat farm down at the bottom. Fill this up so it looks a little bit nicer. Yeah, you shouldn't have. Well, you shouldn't have. I shouldn't have. Place that here. Okay, here we go. Let's make sure this is prioritized to be cut down, because then we can replace this entire area with the canola seeds. And then we can work from there on. Because once we have more canola oil, we should be in a better spot. Let's have a quick look at our fuel producer. It should be here. Yeah, we just need corn. We just need a lot of corn. Okay. And this is also almost done, which means we can fill this up now with more soil. And then we can place a farm in this corner. And I think, let's have a look. Yeah, you perfectly fill up all of this, place you here, put a wooden path in with a railing in front, and then we're gonna have everything that is available to be planted with corn. Right. Next thing we're also gonna do is just high prioritize this entire area. Didn't need to prioritize the tunnels, but fair enough. All right, one more piece in here. And of course, we need to get down here somehow to remove those trees. Because why would it be any other way? All right, there we go. Destroy those 2 trees. Yeah, I think we're kind of okay with that one for now. But we're getting... Actually, hold on. Yeah, they can definitely destroy the trees, but we're also at the right height. Once we explode this, it's level with this one. Which tells me, well, first of all, we need another staircase here, and then that tree needs to go, and then one more staircase up, and then we're on the right level. Okay. Getting there. Still running out of fuel, and beavers haven't died, at least recently, from hunger. But yeah, we're still struggling with all the food. And keep in mind, I still haven't unpaused these 2 lodges. So, whew, rough. All right. What else was there left? The Flame of Unity. Still not entirely sure where to place it. In all honesty, where the city center is right now would be a great spot. So why don't we actually migrate the city center? Let me quickly pause this and do exactly that. Should be okay, I think. Yeah, everything is disconnected. Yeah, that tracks. District city center. Could also place you here or up there. Nah, I think over there probably makes the most sense. Yeah, let's place you here. And then we're adding one more path, regular path with a wooden railing. There we go. Everything is fixed in a sense. And that gives us a good space right there to actually place the Flame of Unity. Actually, way too much space. That's still gonna be super big. The, what is it called? The Wonder of Fire. We'll need to see where we're placing this. Now, yeah, this still bugs me. I can't place it right in the middle. So maybe actually we'll keep that space available for the Wonder of Fire. All right, I think that unfortunately makes more sense. So we need to find a better spot for our Flame of Unity. We could actually, now that they're also building this, add the Flame of Unity over here. You can actually now be retired, because you just don't make a lot of sense over here anyways. We're still keeping some of that corn up there, but definitely not all of it. So let's go ahead. All of this should become fencing. And so should you, I guess. Here we go. And if we're removing those two, we should be able to place a levee here. Okay, I kind of need to go, unfortunately, around a corner. I do miss the spiral staircase. Such a good building. Add path, not a path, a staircase here. Actually, we don't need you, which means I can stop. Yeah, that's fine. Don't need to rush through that. Here we go. Wooden path with a railing. And then we add the fence all around here. And another thing that I didn't quite think through. Oh boy. Right, we need a platform here. Just so our beaver from up here from our farm can actually get down there. And he doesn't quite reach that corner, but that is okay. Add more corn. 2 corns down here. And then we clear out the rest of this. Do we actually have a gatherer flag close by? Not at the moment. But would look kind of nice up here. And it tracks also with our Flame of Unity approach. If we're placing a forester up here, can you reach everything? You cannot. What if we place you here? You can. So we place a forester here. We're first also gonna clear out that path here. I left this for a potential other contemplation spot. I don't think we need it right now. But with all of that, we can go ahead and place down more apple trees, which obviously will help us a ton. Might actually also remove that wooden fence. Then we can put a gatherer flag just opposite. Perfect. Add all of you to the highest priority, so this is cleared. Okay, kind of coming along. No, I was just going to say, nobody has died of hunger in a while. That is not true. Oh my goodness. Look at all of them hanging out. We're just out of energy. How is our corn production coming along? Not that great. Excellent. We also need canola. So much stuff at once. Right, at least this is almost done up here. And that will help us. For now, let's keep moving up. One more dynamite up here, like I said. And in the meantime, we can also make a bit more space in the back here. You guys won't be able to reach that. Now also, if I want to expand further back, I need to put another staircase down here. Ah. You can't get there. Actually, well, not detonate. Let me temporarily remove this. It's also just double dynamite. Which tells me... No, not detonate. Happy trigger finger. Very dangerous. But we can make a bit of space here. We need to put one more single dynamite there, and then we can actually just get up there. And if instead of these triple dynamites, I actually add single dynamites, we will actually be able to walk around here and get over there. Alright, let's do that. Nice priority on these. There needs to be another single dynamite right here. Ooh, the happiness has climbed up again, which tells me we're slowly recovering our food supply. Very slowly. Oh, this still looks so bad. Oh, look at that, though. How many unemployed bots we have. Put you all back into the production queue. You guys can help build everything. I'm gonna switch you out. Maybe not. What would be the next best thing to replace with bots? Actually, it would probably be our liquid fuel engines are running on fumes. Probably would be good to replace you with bots. Not that we currently have any corn, but yeah. How's this coming along? Not at all, because I need to high prioritize it. Cool. We'll actually remove the staircase as well. And then make sure we're setting the trees to be chopped down over here. Alright, we can also already prep for later. Our biggest wonder yet. Whoa. The whole game is kind of giving up. Wait. That needed to actually get rid of that statue too. Ooh. I guess it's okay if I remove the statue. We're also losing some of the medical beds. You know what? Let's not overthink this and just go ahead and just do it. Go, remove all of that. And all of the paths. Of course, you guys were facing the wrong way around. So, hold on. You're storing apple, tomatoes, and you're storing radishes. Well, we don't have any food right now anyways. So, good time to remove you, rotate you around. Set you to tomatoes. No, that's apples. Tomatoes. And you to radishes. Beets? No, thank you. You think I would know where the radishes are. Wait. Where is radishes? Oh my goodness. Alright, and then the rooftops back on top. Ooh. Just not enough food. Oh, and you guys need to be rotated around as well. Okay, so storage, medium tank, flip. There we go. Set you to water and set you to water. Don't think we're actually gonna have any water that really goes in there. But, you know, we'll see. Oh, look at all of them being hungry. Oh, but our fuel is, yeah, quickly going down. Alright, we can work on this stuff up here though. That is good. That staircase. already place in this one. And that brings us to that level up here that we're going to have, where initially I wanted to build some forestry area, but it might just have to be shared forestry and farmland. I guess that's okay. All right, so next step. You cannot be reached from anywhere but now. You can be reached from everywhere. So let's add the dynamite here as well. Then we have the triple dynamite all around there. Let's remove you. And then add another triple dynamite over this way. All right, so you're being placed. Let's actually just level it out. And this is how tall? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is not great. If I want to explode all of these, I will temporarily need to remove some of the stairs, or actually put a separate path up here so I can reach the right corner. You're already in. You can, everything else can still be reached from a different point. Actually, not you guys. So how will I get there? You need to move. And then we can put the staircase here, and then those two can actually be reached. Good. All of you already. Set you to the highest priority as well. Same with you two. All right, coming along, coming along. Not very fast, and our beavers are still extremely hungry. But we do have a little bit of space back here. We do need the canola oil for the cooking processes. So let's place that down. Because you're technically okay, right? No, not you. Our grills. Yeah, we have a good amount of bell peppers. We're mostly lacking the canola oil. All right, this is also done now with planting. So let's destroy you again. Connect the path up. And then a little bit more of decoration in this corner. One lantern, and why not just another bench? Okay, kind of coming along. Despite this mayhem here, it's actually less beaver dying than I expected. Oh boy. All right. All of these trees have been planted now, so very good. We have the space for the apple trees down here as well. So let's sort that out. And I guess technically we could also fix that, but yeah, I don't really need to. If you're wondering why I'm not panicking about the bad tide, that we sorted a while ago with this little contraption. Completely keeps us safe, and we don't really have to worry about any water. Definitely good for that. Okay. Now, dynamite here. Next step is a double dynamite on top of this, and triple dynamite everywhere else. Hold on. I want to make sure we're actually getting everywhere where we need to go. Now we could detonate this completely off as well. I'm just gonna leave it as a single dynamite right there. Once this is put in, detonate, triple dynamite everywhere else. So much dynamite. Actually, I do need that exit. So there we go. And then, like I said, we kind of need to get to this level. So let's temporarily destroy all of this. So again, highest priority. I feel like I've watched too much RC. Okay, levy on here. Double staircase there. And then just a path, temporary path that connects this up. All right. Good. They're also done basically up here. I need to put the dynamite back into these two. I'm sure they can also sort that out as quickly as possible. And then, yeah, kind of good to go. Now for the big monument, it does actually not need any power, so that's good. For the Flame of Unity that we're going to place in a minute, we'll do so once this beaver here is done with planting the apple trees. Do have a few more bots available. That's actually a ton of farmers in this corner for relatively little space. Yeah, that'll be fine. All right, you are done, which means I can remove you, and we're replacing you with our next monument, the Flame of Unity. Rotating does nothing, which is okay. And at least when you guys are exercising, you can, you know, get the bonus from the Flame of Unity. Okay, over here, everything is in. Sweet. Still need that last one. You need a log. We have ton. Take your time, mate. Don't know why you're climbing stairs. Well, I guess that's fair enough. Alright. And then double dynamite the rest over here. Or when it is in. So very soon we can further expand our little farm area back here. You do have more canola seeds now, but I do think we need a little bit more of them. In terms of wheat, we're definitely supplied. For that, we just need more apples, and we're gonna get to that once we wrap all of this up here. And, you know, slow progress, but progress nonetheless. All right, for everyone who has tuned in the meantime, if you want to see anything specific of this playthrough, let me know. I'm happy to zoom in and explain my reasoning behind it, if there was any. Boy. Oh, good. The area up here is doing pretty well. Very nice. So we should actually be overall okay in terms of logs. Part of me wants to move one of or two of the lumberjacks over. Oh, and we can actually plant a few more maple trees up here. Kind of fill this up. Make sure it's not set to be cut down. It is not. Good, good, good. Oh, I forgot. No, exercise plaza. It is in. Good. I was like, did we already have one? I thought I just built it. But no, we already had some. Last one is coming in. Actually, I don't need to wait to explode this away. They can reach this from up here. Awesome. And then we can make the space to expand our canola seeds. Where are they? Here they are. Let's do that. I should also remove this path again. We have some tomato in the front. Tomato, here we go. 2 layers of wheat. Yep, that didn't work out. And then some more canola. Good. Right, so this is back in now. We also have all of this available now, which means it's high time we detonate it all. Beautiful. Right, also gonna make the path through here. Makes me kind of think these should be a little bit deeper. So let's quickly fix that. How far do we... Actually, we could go ahead. If I do this, and then utilize the tunnels, actually, to their full potential. Underneath, that will free up that space too. And we can use this area once all of that is exploded away to build our buildings up here. Wow. Okay, anyways. For the rest, we're just gonna quickly go in through like that. That should allow us to add the dynamite around it. All right, for the dynamite that's gonna go around it, let's actually do just triple dynamite, because I guess why not? It's then 4 levels deep. That is fine. And then we're also, for the other 2 pieces, add just a few tunnels underneath. And that will be plenty of space. All right. Also gonna add the last staircase up here. And then temporary pathing. Should we make it temporary? Maybe not. So in the long term, I want to be able to kind of cross onto here and then have all the buildings up there. Let's also actually high prioritize you, because then we can relatively easily get over to the other side. At this point, I don't think we can ever reach this again. That's all right. They might actually. Yeah, looking good. All right, detonate this. How did the water end up here? I have no idea. Alright, anyways, we do have a bit more space back here. How's the canola situation? Canola situation is not grim, but still not great, which means I'm just gonna utilize the rest of the space up here for more canola seeds. Not up here. Alright, happiness increased, flame of unity is in. Everyone's still starving. Oh boy. But happiness increases, so hey, that's good, right? Right, regardless. Gonna fill this up. And same on the other side. And then we're going to add the single layers on top. Right, we do need one forester up here. Which means we can already set our plan to place him. Forester, here we go. If I place you here, you can reach basically everything that you will need to reach. Doesn't really make much of a difference. And I could also just place you here. Nah. Right, this one it is. Okay, these two places here can actually become... We might not even need both. But one of them will definitely be our gatherer flag. Right, and then over here, because we will still need more logs, I'm also gonna place down lumberjack flags. One here and one there. And that should... Actually, let me replace this path with something nicer. Quickly pause. Wooden path with railings. Much better. Alright. So... let's continue this. That needs to be another triple platform. Plus a single platform on top. That should kind of get everyone where they need to go. All right. That dynamite is in as well. We can also now remove these pieces. Don't need you anymore. My priority, please. Then we can delete the next one. And we're going to do the same one actually over here. All right. Now, in terms of decoration, because again, it's this kind of a playthrough, we're going to add one lantern in the front. We're also going to add a shrub right there. And then we're placing a bench facing this way with a little bit of an overlook right there. Okay, I think I like that. So, you're in, good. You can also be removed now. Okay, we can delete you. The bad tide should be over. Oh, it is over. We're not in a bad tide. There. So this should tip over any minute now. We're losing a bit of water until it kind of balances it out. There we go. Good situation to be in. Gonna make just a bit more space for extra water up here. Right, we can already high prioritize you. And the way we're gonna split this up is everything over here to this level will be oak trees, and everything else will be apple trees. Okay, there we go. Nothing to do in range. I guess that tracks. All right, you are, I think you're an apple tree, you're an oak tree, which means along this levee, all of that needs to be set to be cut down. You have nothing to do in range, that is also true. Almost there. We are, I guess, kind of waiting for our forester to do something, anything. Actually, we do have some bots available, so why not set you to be run by a bot? All of this is looking good as well, meaning we can remove that middle part. Water is also coming in. Perfect. Right, I want these notifications to be gone, so temporarily set you to that. And then prioritize nothing again. Okay. They should be able to reach all of this, so I can delete it completely without needing to worry. Here we go. And this will produce more food and more logs for us, which hopefully should help our colony stabilize this. All right. Last wonder that we will need to focus on is the wonder of fire, and we need a ton of material. We have almost all the planks. We don't have all the metal blocks. So metal blocks 921. Scrap metal 1300. So I think it is time that we put in another smelter. So vertical power shaft right there. For no particular reason there, but it will do. Highest priority, and then we can immediately put in another large smelter, which should kind of get everything sorted. Wait, why don't you have scrap metal? What are you guys doing? I guess it is nighttime. Right, and that was exactly the reason why this space was empty. Right, we also need 1,500 bricks. We have 1,800, so that is sorted. And we need a ton of gears. We need so many gears. Let's actually remove one of the lumber mills. Place you with a gear workshop. One of the large ones. There we go. And then actually unpause the other lumber mill. Those two foresters don't have the capacity to chop all of this down. So we're going to add one more over here. If I select the right thing, that is. We could actually just place you here. Why not? All right, high priority. So this gets done. Now, if they struggle with these few trees, I don't think those two will actually be able to cope with all of the others. So let's add another space for another lumberjack. And you know what, just to make their paths a little bit shorter, we're gonna do that. Yeah, while I'm at it. There we go. All right, that will allow us to put a lamppost here. Here. Let's put a... Oh, actually, yeah. Let's have put the brazier right at the corner. Let's put a beaver statue in the middle. And then another tree right next to it. Right. We do need to extend the path by one. Wooden path with railings. And then lumberjack flag right there. Leaving these two spaces open, just so that I don't forget. We can then add another bench and just another shrub. All right, I think this will look good once it's done. Okay, that space is empty now as well. So let's put down another lumberjack flag up here. Just needing to make sure that we have all the logs that we could possibly need. And we are running low again. But hey, look at that. The food seems to be going up somewhat. Water looks a little bit iffy. These are our water pumpers. They should actually be able to cope. Maybe instead of all these workshops, builders' huts, we need more hauling posts or more beavers and hauling posts. Why don't we add a few hauling posts up here? So if I'm gonna put down a path with a railing, safety first, we can then go into our district management, hauling posts. Yeah, that was not the plan. Sometimes it does that to me. Put 2 right there, and that will definitely help us. Oh no. Poor bot just died. Anyways, coming along. I think overall everything seems to be stabilizing now, which I'm very excited about. Still a bit short on actual food, but we still have a ton of bell peppers. And you're still struggling with canola oil? Well, that should solve it. Canola seeds coming in. Maybe we actually need another press. So why don't we build one of those? Yeah. If we add the power connection here, let's actually just keep another power connection straight through. Add 2 more of the platforms here. We can go into the food press, place you there, and then set you to make canola oil. How's the rest doing? You're waiting for tomatoes, you're waiting for apples, you're waiting for corn. Yeah, we're just waiting for a ton of stuff, aren't we? Anyways, kind of getting there. Kind of getting there. Alright, the apples, I'm hoping that with this many apple trees, it'll be sorted, but who knows? We'll see. We'll see how that goes. We could actually optimize this if we're adding... Let's optimize this a bit more. It's one of my favorite new... don't know if I want to call it a trick, but one of my favorite new things to do in Timberborn is just cover up these underground water passages with soil. Then I don't need you anymore. Oh, hold on. You shouldn't be built yet. Neither should you. Yeah, you I can delete, but those 2 or 3, we actually need to first explode away. Anyways, as I was saying, one of my new favorite things to do is just cover up these water pathways with soil, because then it becomes usable farmland or, you know, forestry land and stuff like this. Very big fan of that. Okay, also want to make sure high priority on this. Again, high prioritizing everything because that's how things are done. Now we could actually turn all of this up here into additional farmland. So why don't we actually? Path with railing. We do all of this. Remove the paths on the inside. And replace you with the, where is it? Contamination barrier. All of this should actually become available farmland. And actually, let's just continue that structure. Path with railing. Obviously not in its current state. I need to explain myself a bit better. Alright. From up here, because we know there's water underneath here now. If we are going to go ahead and temporarily move those trees, we can continue with our expansion up here. Triple dynamite. This will be a single. And if we then continue and say... Actually, hold on. If we turn you into a single dynamite, double dynamite, not single, we can put a sluice in there. And then you don't need to be a triple for now. Let's simplify this a bit for my own brain's sake. Okay, and then single dynamite around here. We're also removing this one. Kind of getting there. All right, need to make sure that there is a temporary path that connects through here. And this should probably also be built with contamination barriers. All right. There's still so much contamination going on. Ah, it's reciting. Very good, very good. Okay, mark the resources for demolition. Here we go. And then again, we can put in probably 2 farms up here and solve our food problems once and for all. And if we place the right food, we might also be able to get some juice out of this. I don't quite know if we're going to get to the juice stage. Could also optimize this up here a bit more, explode this stuff out. There seems to be enough water for this, but I don't think it's necessary. All right, let's look at our resources. 1,400 blanks. We're still stuck on the metal blocks. I am kind of surprised. I mean, we are currently using some, actually. Quite a bit. Okay, what else? Our gears are also not going up. What are we using all those gears for? I don't know. We'll see. Not we'll see. We'll be fine either way, to be honest. Alright. Gotta make sure you guys are already on all of this. Very nice. Okay. So here, you don't need to be a single. I actually need you to be a triple dynamite. High priority. Oh, and then of course, the whole purpose for all of this, we can put down more trees. You guys are done. Awesome. That also means we can continue with our soil expansion. Well, yeah, not like that. Sometimes the game stutters. There we go. And that will actually ultimately allow us to also connect the path back up here again. Which does tell me, though, all of this pathing should be replaced properly with something that is safety appropriate. Path with railings. Yeah, and we're adding in the rest of these trees once these spaces have been filled. All right, triple dynamite is ready. Perfect. We're going to put in a sluice right here. And the next thing we're going to do is more soil. Go. Let's actually set all of this to the highest priority. Let's kind of want to get this single dynamite in, so I don't need to think about it anymore. And all of this will be flattened out. And then we just need to put in a water pathway system that will supply the area over here with enough water while our farms are, you know, doing their farm thing. All right. Maple pastries are still coming in, or corn... Wait, what is it called? Cornbread? Looks more like a cinnamon roll. Apple pies, yeah, still short on apples. You have everything that you need. I guess you are working. Okay. What about you? Maple syrup. Don't tell me we're short on maple syrup. I guess we're short on maple syrup. Where's our tapper shack up here, actually? There it is. All right, same trick up here. We're going to expand our maple syrup production. Put you here. And another one there. Okay, there we go. Let's actually set you up to a high priority. Could probably put in a bit more. Did we ever calculate this out? The tapper shack per maple syrup? Actually, you do have 15 maple syrup. Why are you complaining? Don't be so lazy. Go and grab it. And hollow posts have also come in. We should absolutely max that out because we have so many beavers. Oh. Perfect. Can't select. There we go. Let's have you on closed. And now they just need to, I guess, wrap all of this up. Just wrap it up. You know, no big deal. Right, but more importantly, we can add a few more apple trees down right there. Sweet. And they still haven't built any of that. I guess that's also okay. It will come. Wait, don't tell me you can't reach. No, you can reach. Good. You shouldn't be here, though. All right. Look at the food. We're finally positive. Ah, that was rough for a long, long time. All right, in the meantime, we are still obviously short on all the juices. Apples are coming in now. Not from up here, though. So we need more tomatoes. We're doing okay with the canola seed now. Wait, where's our radish and beet juice factory? I think we need another one of the presses. Press. Here we go. Wait, is it really 5 recipes? It is really 5 recipes. Crazy. Alright, in the meantime, also, more decorations. One tree here. We do have a tree here. I think you deserve a light post. There we go. And then we can set the recipe here to beet and radish juice. Does not sound great, but, you know, who am I to judge? It's like, I'm sure the beavers know what they're doing. Now, we don't have any place to store it. We have storage for apple juice and tomato juice. So let's actually put in some more storage for the others. Specifically, radish and beet. It's probably corn juice, right? Oh, phoenix essence. How do we make phoenix essence? Alright, anyways. Beet and radish. Beet and radish. Yeah, sure, another beet and radish. And then corn juice. Why are you guys running over here? Alright, we're detonating. Nope. Okay, we're detonating. That had me a bit shocked. Okay. Let's continue. You are all on highest priority. Will that sort all of this out? I don't know, to be honest. What we can do, though, contamination barrier here and here, and that should completely block everything off. Right. That dynamite is coming in as well. I'm also going to set this up on high priority, so this gets just sorted. And then we need to deal with getting the water, like, across here. So we do want to have a bit of water storage. So we're gonna make sure this is a triple water storage underneath. So place that here. Add you over there. Actually, why not just go ahead like that? We do want to make our way over here as well, but that will be different. You're going to have your own water storage, just like that, and then add a few more tunnels in to fully connect this up. Perfect. One more triple dynamite. You don't actually need to be cut down. All right. Making sure they high prioritize all of this. Because as before, we're gonna add the soil back in, and then we should overall be in a much better situation. All right, our metal blocks are going up finally. How are our gears doing? Gears are going up too. Sweet. So back to the actual question, how do we make the Phoenix essence? Oh, I guess we never put in any windmills. Do we need to? Probably not. Could it be nice? It could be nice. Yeah, maybe we'll leave it as it is. I have seen now they have finished with the soil over here. There we go. A few more maple trees. But look at how much food we have now. We're doing so much better. Okay. This setup, we're gonna set you to auto. 3.5. Nope, we're actually gonna set you down to a depth of 3. Because we are gonna fill all of this back up again with soil. Obviously not from the bottom, because that would defeat the whole purpose. That kind of worked. Wait, why aren't you stopping? Game, could you please stop going mental? Why are you flooding this so much? Alright. I think I have the game a little bit under control again. Okay. That is coming in as well. Now, if I set you back to auto, why are you still flooding? Okay, I think it's under control now. I think it's under control. But look, why do we have so much wet fur? It's because of you, isn't it? Oh well. They are still happily building everything up here, which is good. And we're still making our way up somewhat in terms of gears. Although not as quickly as I'm hoping. So where could we put another gear workshop? Never finished decorating around here. It's like, ooh, a shiny thing. Okay. Let's do that. We will put some lights in the back. I can build that whenever, and then we're gonna start putting stuff in front of it. Now back to the actual question, the gear workshop. We could technically not store all the soil here. You know what? Let's remove that and put our soil storage underground pile right there. Soil. Just see there's some empty spots here. Let's fill this up with more oaks. And then that reminds me, all of that has been finished. Let's put the oaks in here too. Okay, all the stuff over there is ready. You are gonna flood it though, aren't you? And I think I just cut that one piece of dynamite off. Nah, you can still be reached. Good. Right, you should be shutting off now. Maybe now? Oh, I see where this is going. I need you to stop at 2. Good. Right, because it's technically a level higher. That makes a ton of sense. Alright, back to the actual soil. Placing you down. Yeah, not the one up there. No goods selected. That is true. I don't need any goods in here. I'm gonna remove you. We're gonna connect you up with the power because our power runs underneath the road, right where it belongs. This is such a nice thing. Wherever you have a road, you kind of know there should be power right in front of it. I do understand why, you know, human cities do it now. Now we're gonna add the double large work gear workshop on top of this. Because again, we're making our way up there with the gears, but very slowly. So I'd rather have them, you know, be a little bit quicker about it. We can also now start to replace our gear workshops with some bots. Wellness 55. I can close this off. They're also almost done with, they are done with this corner. Here we go. And then we actually need to open this up one more underneath, so that the water can properly flow in and we can still keep it fully closed on top. Right, short on extract. Really? Again? Okay, we're doing good on bad water. It just needs a bit more time. So not a problem. Then we can go ahead and fill this up. More soil. There we go. Yep, you're also done. Last piece of soil up here. Set all of this to the highest priority, because then we can ultimately put down our farms up here and finally get some juice on the go. All right, we will need corn. We don't need apples. We will need, I guess we currently have enough tomatoes. Radishes and beets. I think beets, we don't actually need anything anymore because we have some beets. Some extra radishes might be good. Though we only have 56 beets in here. We definitely have enough radishes. Okay, so a few more beets will be placed. So all the beets can go into this corner. Like I said, we need some tomatoes. All right. And the bad water. High priority on this. And then we should actually also be able to place down contamination. Yeah, not impermeable floors. Contamination barriers. Down here. Actually, let's just connect that up. Set all of this again to the highest priority so they can get this going. You're also on auto. Good. Apparently, not enough water in here though. Okay. You're definitely full. Don't tell me I closed it off. I closed it off. All right, we need another tunnel right here. That kind of explains it. Okay, what is our dirt situation? 20. Yeah, that can't be right. Yeah, we have a ton just laying there. All right, high priority, so it finally gets moved. Two unemployed bots. What could we do with them? I mean, we could set them up to run some farms. I don't know if we should. The kilns are already run by bots. Look how much water we have now. Oh, we do have more kilns. Here we go. 1, 2. Still one unemployed bot. How are you guys run? You're still run by beavers. Okay. Let's do that. A few less injuries, which I think will be overall quite good. Because we had reduced our medical beds. Already full. And we're keeping this spot open for our final wonder. It will be placed right here. Also tells me though, the shrub needs to go. That can also mean that I can place a wooden path right there. If it lets me. There we go. And delete this wooden path. If I can select it, I cannot. Right, there we go. Put in our decorative floor again. And then add actually our shrub. Come on. Right there. But yeah, overall, still coming along. Can't believe I've already played for like 4 hours. Time definitely flies. Let's add. Can't unlock Wonder of Fire, not enough science points. I guess I have been spending a ton of science. We're close though. We do still have our number cruncher, which just keeps churning out science. Has been doing so for forever. Actually, now pause a few of our explosive factories, which will free up some of the bots. Good. This is coming along as well. So let's, before we forget, finish up the beets back here. Then we said we need more tomatoes. And all of this will be tomatoes. We actually also need the space for the farms. So let's go ahead. Path with railing. I mean, we could replace all of that with wooden paths, but nah, we're okay. Let's place one here. And then one farm right there. So one farmhouse can already go here. Put down the tomatoes. That's what this area is for. We're actually just gonna keep adding more over here. So, and then corn. We just need more corn. Corn is there. The need for corn in this faction is insane. Because you can, well, because we use it for making fuel to run our engines. Still crazy. How's our power supply actually doing overall? Actually doing pretty well. Could even add another number cruncher. Even just hidden up here. Why don't we? Just in case we want to unlock some more stuff. Which, you know, very possible, very possible. When we do want to unlock some stuff, we need the Phoenix Essence. Where is the number cruncher? There we go. High priority, please. Does cost us 90 gears, but that's fine. And I think I will also unlock the Phoenix Distillery. You need bell peppers, coal, and fuel to make some Phoenix Essence. Right. On the bright side, you are relatively small. Oh, look at that. Ah, it's like, it's perfect. It is not. However, we can actually place 2 here. So let's do that. So 1 is there. And then we're also gonna add a second one for honestly no particular reason, except for I think we might need it. And then path with railings. Obviously a bit more decoration, like always. Tree here. Lantern there. And then they can build that whenever they find the time. Alright, how's this coming along? Slowly. Okay, more tomatoes. At least this farmhouse is doing a pretty good job at, you know, getting stuff going. And then more corn up here. So whenever those guys are ready, they can place a few more. Place you. Might actually replace you as well. Don't need to replace you. Do we now replace everything with a chance for injury? I mean, you're run by bots anyways. Maybe. So maybe the amount of injured beavers will finally go down. Even this little corner just looks so nice. All right. Is our apple juice actually coming in appropriately? Don't know if you're actually producing enough. We do seem to have enough apples though. 88. So why don't we actually make a bit more space for another apple juicer? I think if we have enough variety of the juice, they should actually be okay and stop drinking so much of one type and start spreading out a little bit more. Yay. More corn? All right. And we do now have enough science to unlock the last wonder. That will take a while to build. Then I'm assuming we just need a ton of that Phoenix essence, which actually makes me think, how do you store Phoenix essence? Yep, in a medium tank. That tracks. Good. Oh, this is actually done perfect. No, I want to keep the water in here. Why do we have a good space for the Phoenix essence? Nowhere really. I guess what we can do though, and maybe we should, is put in a double dynamite here. No, I wouldn't need to go here. Okay. Let's place you here. We're also gonna add a 2, 3. Didn't actually need that. Hold on. Double platform. Let me delete you again. And then if we add this here, we do have enough space for a large tank. hovering over our farm. But that kind of works. And then path with railings, as well as more decoration. And that definitely needs a light here. Alright, and you're gonna store Phoenix Essence. Can you guys build all of this? You should be able to. Alright. This up here is actually basically done, so a few more tomato seedlings. And one more corn. Followed by one more farm. Oh boy. Right. Move you over here. My priority at the corn on the other side. Maybe it's just been a long day. Then we're gonna add the farmhouse in here. There we go. Now we do have, again, a ton of bots that have nothing to do. So... Oh, wait. Why are you out of water again? We're not in a drought. Oh, it's coming back. It's coming back. Okay, good. We could start to replace some of our farmhouses with that. Or actually, let's replace one of our hauling posts with bots. And then they are working on this. Good. But now that I remember that they're working on this one down here, I need to make sure that everything I built in between needs to be high prioritized. It's still a cool settlement. I really like it. Hey, look at that. And considering how long this has been going on, crazy. Alright, how are things coming along? Do we have, we're obviously short on gears. The gear workshop up here is in, and it's actually turning planks into gears. We're still doing okay in terms of planks though. Then bricks were fine, metal blocks were fine. Yeah, it just needs a time to actually build all of this. And reminds me, I need to put the farm on high priority. I forgot, if they drink juice, do they still drink water? I don't know. In all honesty. Does remind me though, what is our... Oh, we're a bit short on power. Alright, so we have some more stuff that we can build. A bit more science to spend, I guess. Okay, here we go. I mean, it's not constant power supply, but, you know, it'll do the trick for us. Alright. There's probably enough space for one more. No. Put in path with railings. Go through all the way. And then we're just connecting all of this up. So power shafts through here. I can actually connect you in right there. Yep, fully connected. If it lets me place the others too. Good. And then one more here. How much is it? It's actually not that expensive to build. So let's high prioritize this. And just to speed things up, we're gonna utilize that area back here and put in a ton more builder huts. Yeah, not like that. There we go. Flip it around, build the rest. And there we go. We do have the beavers, I would say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's only 44 beavers that we need. So I would say, why not? Which also makes me think we're lowering the priority, if you let me, of all of this. Because I'd rather them build the builder's huts first, because that will speed everything up. Phoenix Essence is coming in. That's pretty good. Wait, why do we have... No, you're all injured. Why do we have 9 injured beavers? Right, I think we need more relaxation places for them. So why don't we actually just build them all here? Right, need obviously some wooden paths with railings. One there, here. And then actually one right here will work. Let's actually move you one further back. Come on, there we go. Well-being, medical beds, 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, we could place them in the middle too. Nah, I think that's a bit too much. Okay, back into decorations. Trees in the middle. And then we're actually changing this up a little bit. Just like that. Make sure, setting this on the highest priority as well. Look at the builder huts. Coming in well. Coming in well. I mean, you could also add some more along here. Again, don't quite need it. I mean, we could also just continue up here. You know what? Why not? Let's have our beavers finally do something. Another 7 of them. Perfect. High priority, highest priority. Not bad. Because I think we do have all the materials, basically. Or everything. Just waiting for our beavers to do stuff. Ah. 3% done. Crazy. %, output. Yeah, that kind of tracks. We could have actually just done another engine. But where would we put another engine? Yes, over here could kind of work. It is pretty far away though from the fuel, which is up there. How about we actually build another engine down here? we remove 2 of these shrubs. And then actually just put in 1 single dynamite here. It doesn't need to be a dynamite. We have vertical power shafts in this game. There we go. What we then need to do is connect you up to there. And then we can put our engine down here, which means also I'm gonna remove the wooden stairs there and place them here. Okay, wooden path with railings here as well. I guess a regular path with railings would have made more sense, but you know what? It's okay. It's okay. Set all of this on highest priority. Again, I don't want to run out of power because that will hinder our ability to, well, wrap up the game. Right now we do have a bit more power than we actually need. Maybe we'll actually just go ahead and delete the last few of them. Always add more in later, should we need them. All right, 3 unemployed bots, can't have that. Switch one of you to the bot power. Good. Let's have another look at our juices. Corn juice, still an issue. I mean, we are working on more corn. Canola oil, doing plenty good. Okay. Also short on beets now. Also working on that up here. At least our apples are producing enough juice, I would say. And we do have enough tomatoes in there. So, yeah, we'll be okay. We'll be okay. We're running a bit short again on food. What happened? Shouldn't have been more beavers. Look at them. Holy cow. It's kind of nice to see them work over there so intensely. I don't know why they're not finishing these though. Can't get all the required material. Oh, log shortage. Really? Oh, this is growing in soon. And yep, I was just gonna say, it looks like they actually haven't been set to cut these down. So let's do that. Gives us a few more logs. And we do need the logs to actually make the planks and the gears. And we do need a ton more of them right now. Interesting, you guys are building that from up there. Right. Well, we're kind of just waiting. And decorate a bit more, even though we probably shouldn't. Yeah, I know. It's basically just using up material, but at the same time, a little bit more can't hurt, right? Okay, halfway done. One unconnected building. Yeah, please make the stairs. And then, again, per usual, a bit more decoration. What is missing? A log is missing. Guess that tracks. Did we? We never set these three up to be cut down. Okay, we're doing much better again in terms of food. So that was just a slight hiccup. And we're doing much better in terms of power production, which is also good to see. Look how crazy they're going. This is also the time where I'm just getting a little bit tired. Ugh. And I ran out of cookies. Do you guys believe that? Ran out of cookies. Oh boy. Yeah, almost there. I wish I knew what it needs actually once it's built. Oh. Oh wow, we're back down to 270 food. So maybe we're at an equilibrium right now. You know what it is? We don't have storage. I think this is the only storage I ever built for food. Yeah, I think that's true. Okay. Yeah. Where would we build food storage? I'm looking over here. 2, 3. I can't put the fourth one in. Let's see, what kind of food do we have? Apple pies, sure. Apples, sure. Baked beets. Wait, we can make baked beets? Are we making baked beets? Stuffed peppers, apple pies, cornbread. Oh my goodness. We are actually using beets up here. Which makes me think that's not enough beets anymore. Excellent. Anyways, baked beets. We could actually add a bit more berry storage, which would probably be good. So let's make sure we're making our way up there. Click, please. Oh, there we go. Only one. And then another staircase up. Double platforms. All right, and then more storage. Okay, so we had the baked beets. Sure, berries. Come on. Cornbread, is it? All right. Grilled peppers, sure. There. That we can easily connect in. Grilled corn. Radishes. Feelings. Here we go. And then we can add just medium warehouses will be fine. One there. There. Put the last two in, which is stuffed peppers and then tomatoes. sure all is on highest priority. Because again, it's just what happens. Put the paths in front. There we go. Could have placed this a little bit different. Utilize this area a bit more, but I don't think it's quite necessary. This is coming along. The gears are gonna be where the shortage lies. That makes sense. Hold on. Dear guys, you don't need gears. But we're also low on planks. So let me set this back to a normal priority. Not really a high priority. What's wrong with you? Oh my goodness. Alright, one more path. Wooden path with railings, here we go. Finally connected. A light post in the corner. Still kind of want them to finish that. Look at the reach of this. Basically everything is in reach of this thing. Crazy. All right. Getting there still. Don't quite know what else to do at the moment. Yeah, we're kind of running low on planks and gears, and that's the two things that this still needs. Food supply is now 1,000, water is 2,000. We're definitely okay when it comes to that. The juice is coming in. Apple juice is a bit stored, tomato juice is a bit stored, corn juice is good, beet and radish, not bad. Also storing a ton of the phoenix essence. I don't know how much of that we need. Or actually what it's being used for, to be honest. Oh, we never built the carousel. Actually up here could be kind of cool. As it comes to carousel placements. So let's plan for that. In all honesty though, I don't know if we're gonna wait for the carousel to be built. or if the season is basically over before then. Right, in theory, there is the space now. I'll put the carousel right there. I think it actually needs power, so what we're gonna do instead here is making sure that the connection for power is at least theoretically there. How would we best connect this up? You probably remove some of the path. And set the tunnels to be placed in here. Just gonna connect it up with the vertical power shaft, as well as a regular power shaft that connects in here. All right. In addition, more vertical power shafts back here. Well-being. Carousel. There we go. Yep. And it doesn't actually need this side, but I think instead we're gonna go ahead and build up the other side. So in theory, there can be more decorations around. All right, almost done with the planks. Once the planks are done, we get more planks for our gear production, which will be awesome. And then we'll take it from there. I'll actually go and grab some more water, guys. All right, and I am back. What did I miss? Not that much. This would be nice when, you know, some people would just chat right now. Good time to talk. I guess one thing that I can do in the meantime is actually just take a little walk through the city. Pretty busy up here. The art style is so cool. Yeah, I'm pretty happy I tried out this playthrough. And look how that settlement evolved. Crazy. It's so much water. Ooh, that's a bit steep. I never noticed the rake. I love the animations. It's been years since I bought this game. It's just so nice to play. Oop. And again, when you invest a little bit of time and effort into actually making things look really nice, it is kind of rewarding. But that first person mod that I'm using right now helps a ton, because you actually get to walk through the city and see it also from a different perspective. This is the industrial area we've built so long ago. Yeah, I still can't believe I built this. Yeah. I do recommend getting that first person mod. It makes such a difference. This has taken forever. I guess the main reason is we're still really short on planks and gears. Yeah, we're short on gears because we're short on planks. Do have logs, so that is good. Maybe we can add another plank workshop. What if we don't actually store any scrap metal? Right, and then we need a tunnel here and a vertical power shaft here. Could even put another scrap metal storage somewhere. Don't know if it's quite worth it. And then on top of this will be a large lumber mill. There we go. Otherwise, we're still overall doing okay in terms of logs. Could actually expand a little bit more as well. Especially since we don't need to properly build anything really underneath. It's an easy kind of fix. There we go. I mean, oak trees will take a while to grow anyways. Yeah, should have probably done that a while ago. And probably should have just kept going with this. Again, so glad I figured this out in one of my other playthroughs, but it's such a space saver. There we go. Oh, completely forgot we were in a bad tide. Once you have your colony set up, you kind of don't need to worry about stuff anymore. All right, there we go. So with this coming in, we can very easily extend our forest area significantly, actually. Again, should have done that quite a while ago. Now, I won't store as much water anymore underneath, but regardless, we should actually be fine, especially now that we're in a normal season. Also, just a ton of water over there. So not that much to worry about. What we do need to worry about is setting everything up to be part of the harvesting area. But I guess we also kind of need to wait until they're done building all of this. Wait. Why are you not connected? Oh. I forgot to put that last connection in right here. Power shaft. There we go. Highest priority, please. So we can make our planks a little bit more quickly. But, you know, we're getting there. We're getting there. All right. In the meantime, more oaks. Such a nice, bustling city. I do wonder if I could unpause these buildings. I guess it's only 36 more beavers. Let's do it. Let's do it. Because yeah, we should be fine overall. I think the biggest bottleneck of food is actually storage, which probably also relates to us not having enough haulers. So let's actually add a few more hauler posts in there. Again, for no particular reason. But we do have 86 unemployed beavers. So with this, another 50, actually not yet. Another 50 will actually find a job. And that should actually also help overall the efficiency of our colony. As we are waiting for the last gears to come on in. Add a few more of the oak trees. Can you guys actually... Oh. Nope, didn't want to jump to you. Yeah, you'll be able to handle all of this, right? The juice is running a little bit low again, but again, maybe with the help of the haulers, we might be able to get to the point where it's not a problem anymore. 195 to go. So good trying to plan ahead for this, but the amount of time it actually takes for them to carry everything in and then hammer it into place is so ridiculous. We have so many builders. Yeah. Biggest bottleneck, planks. Look at that. Actually, the food buildings are coming in. And that's also probably where all my planks are going. So could have sped this up quite a bit. Let's high prioritize our main building. Ah, but you're bringing the planks, so never mind. How much do you actually need? You do need gears. Gears, metal blocks, metal blocks. Okay. But with that, and then I guess these also will need the planks. We're getting there. I mean, we're not really in a rush, I guess. Actually, just add a bit more decorative stuff up here. Ooh, you know what? Being rooftop terraces. One here, one there. And a little bit of well-being in the middle. A shrub actually under here. And then another one up there. Wait, why are you sleeping here? Wait, why are you all wet? Ah, I never fixed that. Oh well. Quick flood. Not the end of the world. It won't last long anyways. Because they don't properly get wet. So the debuff won't last. And yeah, look at that. 1,600 food. So it was in part just storage. Come on, show me the carousel. $400 power. Oh, good. We do have plenty. So nothing to worry about. We do run a little bit low on fuel. Probably need more corn somehow. Easier said than done. How is actually cornmeal is full. Wheat flour is actually doing okay. So this might be a good amount of wheat for us to have. Almost done with that last one. actually have another look at our decorations. How much is a shrub? Just 3 logs? Yeah, definitely gonna do that. Yes, we can also add... You do need planks, but it's fine. Lighting in the back here. $100 more gears. Oh yeah, since you guys are not building the carousel yet, I can actually go ahead and put all the shrubs in. Not shrubs, hedges. This should be coming in too now any minute. There's no reason not to prioritize this, because we are kind of waiting for the gears anyways. So, yeah, why not? All right. 70 gears waiting. Almost there. Beavers are still injured? Not entirely sure from what. Wet fur again. Let me guess, you can't reach it. Well, you can reach these. Too far from... yep, you can't reach these. So if I want to keep this going, I will actually need to move some of the trees. Wooden path with railings. Come on. Come on, mate. Just a tree. There we go. Also too far. Well, let me actually just put the path kind of right in the middle. And look at that. The juice is actually piling up as well. Good. Finally. Building lacks material. Yes, you are lacking corn. Our fuel supply is doing okay though. So I'm glad there's at least that. And of course, you guys need gears. Let's have you finished. So that the only thing that is missing is the carousel on top. Oh, look at that. All the gears are in. Not that much longer. And then we see what the final piece here actually needs. Beavers are being injured. And we do have 7 medical beds, and we have 7 injured beavers. So that kind of worked out. Let's see. Wonder of Fire. Almost done. I like how they animated all of this. Like for the bigger buildings. And I know this is not the standard building, but even in version 1.0 or with the Folktails or the Iron Thief, you actually see it slowly growing, and then the beavers still working and hammering everything into existence. The one downside though, still, waiting for this always just takes forever. At least in the meantime, they're kind of getting the carousel ready. So there is that. More gears here, 5% more there. Hitting the finale soon. I do like the way this village looks. Part of me wishes this neighborhood would have had this kind of building on this side as well. Maybe for a future playthrough, but this one's actually not bad. Like the little balconies up there. Place this one further down. No, I'm nitpicking. This is what happens when you have too much time while you wait for your big wonder to be done, or your carousel. Right, any second now. There we go, it's in. Let's see what it needs. It needs 500 Phoenix Essence, and we have plenty. Awesome. They're logging it all over. The carousel is in. Building needs power. What do you think I put underneath? Oh, I forgot to add the power shafts. Oh boy. Can you be reached? No way. Alright, it'll be quick enough to rebuild. Can't believe I made this mistake so late in the game. Okay, then under well-being, not the detailer, the carousel. And yep, they're already bringing everything back. Is this full now? Not quite yet, almost. Which means this will actually match pretty perfectly. And I'm really hoping that the connection with power actually works from underneath. Otherwise, I'm going to be a bit upset. But we'll figure out a way around that. Then I'm not going to destroy it again and build it again. Almost there. Still enough Phoenix Essence. There we go, come on. And it is also powered, perfect. Meaning our beavers can now enjoy the carousel. Once they're done sleeping. Alright, how's this coming? Almost. Look at them. Baby beavers enjoying the carousel. Alright, almost there, almost there. That was one long stream. But I did say I wanted to finish it. So first, let me go ahead and save. Zoom. Let's launch it. At normal speed though. Beautiful. All right, that was it. And that is the end of the Emberpelts. So thank you all for sticking with me. If you haven't watched the entire season, have a go at it. There's a playlist. And thanks for your support and your engagement. I love doing this for fun. Anyways, thank you all for watching, and I hope to see you next time.